Today we are going to continue working on our deep research tool. Yesterday we got close, couldn't quite, it mixed up a bit of the data, of the charts. So we're going to try to figure that out, get everything working, all the different data types. We added in tons of data from 60 different apps we're also doing individual stocks like correlation stuff. So now our main goal, we've got the routing part where it's going to the right data, but it's choosing the wrong chart at the end step. So we're trying to figure out how to, and so I'll show what that looks like. Looks like one thing we need to fix, however, is the chats need to also store the images. I think it stores the images locally. So when we go back and look at the conversations, we need to make sure that all those images will show again. So we'll fix that too. But that's the general gist of what we're doing. What? Okay, so we were working over here on this. I'm going to pull up my GitHub desktop because I'm going to look at the changes just to refresh where we are. This is all our new data. All right, our mobile, I'm going to check that real quick. Yesterday we also worked on this page. This is the mobile version. Looks like it got a little bit messed up on the UI here. But I do like the top part. I think that's roughly what I was thinking. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's fix the rest of that. This is the mobile portfolio page. Looks like the text got messed up a bit at the bottom. Again, named it, let me check here. Mobile portfolio view. Take a look here, try to make sure the text at the bottom doesn't overlap. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I think we can add it back. It's fine. There's some... Let me see what else, other charts in this admin deep dive that we maybe need to redo some of the analysis for, because one of the question types doesn't work. It's the correlation one. I'll try another one of these. Get back to... Take a look at the admin deep dive section here. Are there any other types of questions like the correlation one that we're missing the ability to compute it now? Hmm. Yeah, let's go ahead and add these and make sure to, well, before you continue though, is it going to choose the right chart type? Because we need to do that too, right? So not only add these, but it has to choose the right chart type. Before you continue though, let's validate. We do have the chart implementations for all of these, right? Is it going to choose the right chart? Let me test this. We built a stream control panel, so I want to try it out. Cool. So I'm just seeing if this password works. Gotcha. Let me test this real quick. If I click coffee break, what happens? Okay. Let me pull in something here. See, I'm gonna blank the screen real quick. Check something. Hey, RS core. Nope, we're working on it. I'm working on my low control panel as well while I'm waiting for this one to run. Move this one to the bigger section. Oh yeah, everything is tough, you know. Just try to find something you can get good at, you know? That you enjoy good enough and you just work hard at it, right? Or enjoy well enough. No get rich quick things. Doesn't exist. I'm just reading what it did here. It's a big change, so. Okay, I'm understanding what happened here. I was so confused on this yesterday because I was like, we already implemented this a while back. Why do we not already have this? But then I remembered that there was a time that it faked some data, and I think that's what we got confused with. That's what it is, yeah. Because I was like, I know I saw the graph for this one time, and it's because for some of these it faked the data. This is the admin panel. So now we're finally implementing the logic to build the scripts and stuff to get the right data for this. So this is a big change. Some of these questions. Hey, Gottfried, I'm still working on the. Gottfried, do you want me to work on it? Do you think it's a good idea or something? I'm working on the investment platform today still. Will this work going from the deep dive tool on the research tab? Or did you just build this for the... Can you explain which sections you made this for? Let's be a little careful here because I think we did have some good changes yesterday, so I don't want to do too much as far as see, so it changed that backtester file. We could separate this into two files probably. We're definitely going to do that, I think. Interesting. Well, I won't do it quite yet. I'm not going to refactor until we see if this works. I'm going to run a few charts. Let's run the main one that we've been testing recently. Where is it? INTC. Don't see it. There it is. Hey, good morning, Ricardo. Good to see you again. I made a little security video this morning, but I think I'm going to slice it up. I think I was rambling a little too much. Slice it up a little bit and repost it. Okay, it looks like it finished. Oops. Wrong one. Okay, looks like we got some errors. Is okay. We did build a little Lua script to fix the... I'm going to ask how we can... So we built this hammer spoon Lua script for the alt tab to force unhide. But it worked yesterday and now it doesn't today. Is there some sort of thing where we have to make sure it's constantly loaded in or something? I'll just attach the... called... the force alt tab or something. Okay. I'm going to try out our stream control panel. See if that works in a moment. So if I click coffee break, it should work now. I just changed it to coffee break. Not really what I want. Okay, I can't change back. Slash working. Interesting. Let me see your chat here. Like the concept. Coding. So maybe there are better ways to leverage your skills, like the investment you're doing. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying if you have other skills, figure out a way to leverage it. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? There's like I think that it's finding that area where you find an intersection between two of your skills. That's where you're going to find maybe some lower amounts of competition, right? Because like for every amount of skill that you add to the equation, just it's like they're going to have less and less people that can do that. So for example, right? Let's say you own a car wash. You know everything about there is. You know, well, that doesn't make sense. You know everything there is to know about car washes. There we go. And you're also doing this. Like suddenly you're competing in an area. There's probably very few people that can make software that is really going to appeal to as well as you can, because you know so much about what it's like. So it's the same sort of thing. I saw something on Twitter, for example, someone's making like software for churches, you know, and apparently the software currently is just really bad. Well, and my brother is also doing something similar. It's a little bit different, but he found an interest, and for him it's like 3D printing, and he found some people to sell it to, and one of his other things that he does. So for me, exactly, like, why am I building this? I've been investing for a long time. I have a large interest in it, so it also gives me motivation. Yep, that's basically. I think you're definitely onto something. Okay, so I'm gonna try to fix my. Can you go ahead and do this? Like, I think it's another tab actually. Yeah, it's this one. Let's remove this for /back and /working as well. I think I made a /BRB, so let's see what that looks like. Interesting. Check out what it made. Made this site. So basically, it would show this, but it needs to fix the text and make it visible. But not bad. I kind of like the animation. Fun. All right. So I wanted when I do /BRB, it's going to show that on the screen. So I'm going to do this on another. Also for /BRB. And for the coffee break, make the text a little more visible, because the problem right now is the colors of the background are, so you maybe need to add just some black box around it, right? So we can black background so we can see the text a bit better. So fun. Gottfried is onto something. Yeah, I missed the first comment of Gottfried. Check. Oh, weird. Sometimes it removes some of the messages. I don't understand. Okay, so I think we ran this one again, but I believe we got some errors, so let's go check that out. Yeah, we did. Okay. Grab the errors. That's in warp currently. Project /tab. Okay. See, it's so annoying. I gotta go ahead and click it. Sorry, 1 second here. we have a new coffee page. I didn't quite add the oh, I don't think I deployed it yet, did I? Cool. Okay. Oh, here from warp. If I minimize this and do this, should come up. Okay, cool. But is it even when my computer sleeps, Hammerspoon will stop? I don't want to have to like run this every time. So it's changing the, thinking of it launches at login. That's okay. Let's see here. So I want to clarify this page should work the exact same way as when we're calling it in the chat research tab. It does, right? In the admin deep dive. If we're doing some separate stuff, we want to, because remember, this is a testing page for what the user will see. So it should be the exact same flow. Remove that song. I don't like that one. Yeah, I think it should call the exact same endpoint. Let's do option A. That makes sense, right? Double check me. Oh, okay. So does this mean the even when I am like putting my computer to sleep and starting it back up again, the hammer spoon will start? Okay, another thing while we wait here, I'm gonna clear this. So we need to store, when the user sends an image to the chat, we need to store all the images in our Firebase storage for each chat. So that way when they come back to the chat later, it's available. Check what we're doing currently. I think we're probably just storing it locally, right? Because it does show for a little bit. I think maybe for each session or something. So before we start, just tell me how it works currently. Yeah, local only, okay, in the React state. Yeah, go ahead and retrieve that. But yeah, let's go ahead and start storing it per chat. But it should be specific to the user. I'll give you the DB rules too. We're going to update that. I'll do that after. Okay, let's try it out. So did you make sure to put the chart in the right place though, after we run through this flow on the admin deep dive page? But how come when I did put it to sleep and started it up again, then the force alt tab didn't work? Let me check the mobile. Nice, looks good. It's a little slow, eh? you tell me a little more? How does Hammer Spoon work? How is it able to do all this? Looks like I maybe got the endpoint wrong. Okay, it says it stores. I'm gonna double check. Oh, it does save. Doesn't look like it's specific to the user though. Oh no, it is. It is. Oh. So there were other improvements that we're going to do to the portfolio page. We're going to make it so the portfolio performance blocks out the graph, and then we're going to actually implement it now. So on the portfolio, but I'm going to commit it first because we made some good progress. So for the portfolio page, for the portfolio performance, we want to block out the graph and explain to the user how to enable it. So we're going to run this again. Made some changes. Okay, same error. Let's probably... Oh, there's a different error. That's good. Okay, it's running now. That's good. Should have attached the file. It's fine. Right now we can do prompt injection on the research. I was able to get the prompt. How do we fix this? I'm gonna have to. It's on this page. Why again does Apple not allow this on the App Store, this thing? It's just like the system level permissions. Any way to get around some of this stuff? Looks like it finished. Let's check it out. Nice. That looks good. I'm gonna double check if this is right. I'll save it for now. Okay, now we're gonna run this on the main chat. We'll see if the research tool works as intended. These should both go through the same flow, so it should work exactly the same. If it doesn't, that's a problem. Already had a coffee. So this is our prompt injection problem. It's not a huge deal. I just don't really want our prompts be given out. Exactly. So basically you say, and that's what we did this morning. Here's the system prompt. It tells them the system prompt. Great, this worked. Check it out. Oh, that's super cool, right? That's really cool. So we finally have this ability to ask these kind of custom questions onto stocks and build a chart. Let's experiment a little bit with this. Let's ask a few others, and then we'll try some that are not on here, just in case. Generate some, but let's do this. We'll remove this part down here. Oh yeah, we could do. So if we did that, is it guaranteed that they won't be able to succeed, or is it still like probabilistic on they'll get the prompt or not? So can you take a look? Don't make any code changes for this. I'm asking, currently will only the those custom questions be supported? Or can we do a custom question just between two stocks? Well, we'll just try it because I'm pretty sure it works. So we'll basically maybe just try a new one, which will be correlation between like McDonald's and Intel or something. Hey, Codename Zulu. Hey, Brother Codes. Work on investment intelligence. Has a bunch of charts and cool data now we can do. And with custom questions, we have app data. So we can ask like, what are the rankings? What are the recent reviews? What are the problems with the recent reviews of this? We can ask like Instagram, what were the recent issues? Make charts based on this, all with natural language. This is the goal. We were getting there. So this chart is not quite good because the time period got a little messed up, right? This chart needs to be just June to August, and I think it shows a different chart. We have one for this. So I'm gonna take a screenshot. We'll fix it later. But before I do that, I'm gonna take the full screenshot so we have it. Before we do that, I want to try this one. We'll try a correlation between two stocks that are not in our custom questions. Yeah, thanks. You stoked? I made a security video this morning, but I'm probably going to cut it up a bit and repost it. You guys are interested, but... Oh, nice. It worked. We got our McDonald's INTC. All right, let's fix this chart. But first I'm going to commit because some good progress. I'm going to see what it did to the portfolio page. So we're working on this portfolio performance part. Oh, that's perfect, right? So in order to enable this portfolio performance, you actually have to enter when it's purchased, right? We'll remove, maybe send a chat on this. That's cool. Yeah, I really like how this portfolio page, how we changed this portfolio page. I think it's looking way better. Way more like professional. It's like a good mix of clean and professional, you know? It's not... Deleted this. I'll do a little refactor. So this is oh, right. Plus upload the users. That's a lot of things we're doing here. Upload user image. Or user image in chat. So we're going to take this file. We're going to refactor it a bit. Oh, this file needs to be a bit refactored. Let's do those two. Okay, so there's no way we can totally guarantee that our prompts won't. Actually, it's pretty much impossible. Yeah, hey, got a quick question. Sorry. Some of my buddies want me to build them a system to track their crypto and other stocks because they're tired of paying for other services. No, I don't think it would be too bad, actually. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it wouldn't be bad at all. I'd say go, have at it. Yeah, help with anything. Biggest selling point of your application. It's a personalized news portfolio analysis tool. You can ask questions like as you're reading the news. You can be like, "Hey, what does this mean for my portfolio?" Right? Send a chat. You're like, AI valuations. Should I care about how this impacts my portfolio? Okay, we got to fix that bug. It overwrote listing what we typed. Do that. So on the send to when we sent to chat on the today's brief, and then we clicked to start talking, it overwrote the text that we sent. So basically, when you start talking, it shouldn't. It should just start from the end of whatever's there. So you asked what's the biggest selling point? I guess it's like you want to. There's like 3 problems it solves, 3 major problems. So it depends on who the user is that we're marketing to. It solves portfolio tracking, where you have like a lot of different brokerages and you want to know good, like important statistics, like your Sharp ratio. Some brokerages don't have this, so you have to compute this yourself. That's kind of a huge pain to do. You have to do a lot of Excel work. You got to track all your transactions. So that's number 1. Number 2 is the customizable newsletter. And like a different, we're going to add more here. And then it's going to be curated based on your portfolio. So just news related to your stuff. But it's not going to be like surface level stuff. It'll be like cool questions like this. And give you a bunch of graphs and cool data to look at. Like this one down here. It's pretty, like, I'd like to get this email. But someone made a good point yesterday, which is that this is a little bit too wordy, right? Like they're reading this and they're like, So we should do more charts, less like explanations of everything maybe. If someone has a question, we just brief them, hey, you could send to AI if you want and talk to it. We don't need to explain everything. I think that makes sense. This is our view. This is our full AI analysis of your portfolio every day based on the news. Gives you some ideas too, based on the things you're interested in the preferences. We fill this out for you. If you would like, we give you an option to. That's one user. Tells you how you're doing against the benchmarks every day. Get a good idea of how you're performing. That's front and center. Those are all the things thus far. But what we're evolving to is to be able to ask all types of questions. So for example, we're going to test something. Let's see if this works. What were the recent complaints in Instagram's recent reviews? So it should call the deep dive tool, do a bunch of queries, and fortunately, it did not, wasn't able to recognize the right tool with this question. So we will try to figure out why. Let me try another one. So the user enters it manually at the moment, but so they go here and they answer it, but we're going to connect it to Plaid so people can just sign into their accounts and bring in all their data so they don't have to do all that. And then we'll track it for them. Plaid handles all that for us. We haven't implemented that yet, though. This is another app, Shopee. Let's see if it calls the right one this time. Okay. So we have to figure out why it's not calling the deep dive tool for this question. I think it should. Maybe if we do have this, I imagine it'll work. So if I do deep research on Instagram, I think what's the best user experience for this? I think it's probably yeah for the codes. Probably we do want the user to manually trigger the tool calls because they'll use their credits. So we probably don't want to do it automatically unless they specify that they want it automatically done. So we need some option for that. Recent review complaints. Okay, so now it works. Let's see if it calls the right. So the way the deep research tool, there's 3 different like segments of questions. There's like historical back tests on like macroeconomic kind of stuff. Then there's the individual stock like comparisons type questions. And then there's the app data, which we've brought in. And we're going to bring in more types. So at some point, it'll probably be hard for it to route to the right question. So, but we'll have to kind of, that'll be probably a consistent problem. Or route to the right data, I mean. If we have enough, right? If we have like 20 different types of data, the AI has to choose which thing to query. So it could become a little tricky at some point. So it did work. We do have to remove this the 2 that are not the backtesting sections. Okay, looks like we do save this data, so I have to try to understand why this happened. But at the very least, it was trying to query the right stuff, so that's good. Instagram overall. So it gives us the... I do think this should be a little bit more formatted. It would be cool if maybe we could get like a little nicer thing than just a paragraph here. Yeah, okay. For our script that we made for this, attach this. What do we call it? Window recorder. Is there any way to make it so we force, like if the thing is full screen, it'll force on full screen before it moves it? So currently this is our result when we ask this question for the deep research. One of the problems is like, we need to figure out, we do store the recent reviews, sentiments, so try to figure out what has happened here. Look at the schema, and let's try to see, maybe we didn't include it in the schema or something, but we should be storing this. Yeah, codename Zulu. I don't know if Plaid works with crypto brokerages. Worth exploring. Oh, it does. Cool. Oh, there you go. Oh, you don't have a portfolio help. Yeah, fair. Well, BoobieBot thinks I'm an AI. Let me see if I can fix that. So right now when we are doing the deep research where we're calling the app rankings and doing also the individual equity analysis stuff, we're always putting in 0 historical occurrences. But we should only show that if there were, like, you could just make a little hacky thing like, no, I'm not going to do that. I was thinking just don't show it if it's 0, but then it could be not great if there actually were 0. That'd be confusing. I'm trying to figure out how can we go about not showing this in certain scenarios, because it doesn't make sense. I'll attach a screenshot. Let's plan this first, so don't code. Cool, can you go ahead and add that to our script? And we'll push it. I think we just weren't loading in the data. We brought it in, but we just not loading it in on the application. So it might work now. The review stuff. Okay, that should work. That was a small bug fix thing. What is this? Just change the length. All right, I remember what we were going to do next is do a refactor of 2 files. It was this one and this one. There were 2 things. I'm just going to note it down. I'm gonna remove this song too. This is kind of bad. Do different songs now. Let's keep doing that. Oh. Oh. That's a bug with my script. Doing some weird stuff. Yeah, we have to fix that. That's super annoying. Oh. Ow. Yeah, I'll just put it here. There you go. What? Why'd it go down there? Oh, no. All right. I'm having this bug where I like, if I switch between a window, but I didn't use Alt Tab, it brings everything up, unhides all the windows of that thing. So we should only trigger that if the user does Alt Tab. I'm gonna push that in our window recorder. Yeah, definitely it's option B we'll do here. Okay, let's go ahead and do option B then. I'll wait on that one though, because that's kind of risky change. All right, let's test it. So supposedly it fixed the... Okay, it did. Good, I think. Nice, okay. See if it works though still. It does, good. Nice. Good, okay. Cool, let's go ahead and make this change in the script as well. We're gonna push that. Yeah, Zulu, this is what I'm building. However, I'm not building crypto connections. So I probably won't, because this doesn't really have research that would appeal to a crypto user. I think it's just going to be stocks and bonds and everything else. So can you explain, did we only load in some of the data? Was that the issue? So right now we were only loading in some of the app rankings data that we brought in. Was that fundamentally the problem? If that was, then can you double check, are we loading in all the data in this folder? Take a look at the schema. It's in... For this change, don't make any code changes. We're just asking questions. Oh, gosh. I'm going to put everything together because I don't want it to ignore. Okay, there. Okay, good. So this is what we were loading in. This is what we weren't. So now we should be able to answer this question. So is this fixed now? Also, are you loading in this data? Never mind. I'm going to read it, just make sure everything it did there, because this is a big change, so. Okay. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. That's cool. Okay, I think this will totally work now. Actually, in fact, we probably can even ask just this now, because the reason the LLM didn't choose the deep research tool is because it didn't see the app data for the reviews. So if I ask what are the recent Instagram review complaints, okay, it didn't work. It's okay. But we'll try with the deep research thing. I wonder if there's a way we can speed this up a little bit. It's pretty slow. Work on the portfolio page. Oh, after we fix this though. Oh, I see, but we don't have the actual topics, which I want to store that too. Okay, back to lo-fi. I'm gonna clarify though. So don't make any changes here. I'm just asking, is the reason this is not working because we don't actually store the specific complaints? Like we don't have a list of complaints stored currently. We kind of have a general frustration ratio. Okay, but are you loading it in? Why did the LLM have this response then if we have it available? For debugging purposes, let's go ahead and put whether we're in query mode or, well, let's not do that. So it appears to have the frustration ratio. Was that a change that you made that it was now had available, this variable? Maybe for debugging purposes, let's go ahead and add the, we're going to have the script it created for the backtest, and we're also going to have the query that it generated, because that'll help us in debugging on the front end available. Hmm. Can you explain why would it need to be restarted? We have hot reloading. Or are you only loading in this on start or something? I guess that is true. Like if it does have some logic like this. Okay. Hmm. Okay, cool. I don't really want to cache, to be honest. Yeah, let's not cache anything because it kind of creates bugs sometimes. Oh, okay. We'll try restarting with a shot. Although if it is doing this, then if we're generating new data every day, it'll be stale. This could be a pesky bug, so. The reason why we want to fix this is, we're going to have regularly updated data every day. So we don't want a situation where the data is stale and we have this weird, whatever this is, some caching thing. So can you explain what scenario could cause this? Again, no code changes. So can you answer that question? So why do you think this happened then? This particular problem? I'm making this little thing. See if I can. I'm making this 1 second. Shift. Search it, I guess. Okay. All right, that's kind of cool. Wait, does it stop the music? It does stop the music. Okay, I'm good. But it definitely must be pulling data from App Insights, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to come up with those numbers. All right, I'll restart the server. It's worth a shot. I'll wait for that to run. See what the result is. And then we're going to work on the portfolio page, the actual portfolio tracking. Excited to do that. Now that we got the UI figured out. It was a little frustrating for a little bit there. Like the UI was so strange. Couldn't quite see where we were going with it, but now it's kind of clear what we're doing. We could have a send a chat on the chart. That'd be cool. You can send the chart as well on the portfolio chart. Oh, nice. So it did require a restart. Load in the new data. It's interesting. Really know why. Sort of weird caching thing. Let's go ahead and remove it. So when I restarted it, actually loaded in the data. So I think it might be related to your caching thing, right? On the lazy caching, whatever you did there, right? Wouldn't that be? The reason I want to fix that is because that's going to be an annoying bug in the future when we reload the data. Because I'll forget about this. later. Really confused why some data is not showing. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Do we need to do this? Can we just remove this caching? How much of a performance impact is that? Yeah, okay, let's do that then. Also fix the formatting. Can we fix the formatting of this? We already have the logic of this and the markdown stuff, so can we just do the same stuff for the tool calls? Oh, nice, I fixed it. Cool. So we can read what were the frustrations of the recent user complaints on Instagram. We have the actual data. The most severe issue is user frustration with the content feed. Oversaturated with ads. Interesting. It should put how many data points. Like it says the latest data snapshot. That way we can have a better understanding. It's fun. So this is what we got. We also kind of want to put the data points that are we storing anything like that currently? Is there any way we can get the amount of data points we're using to consider each user's question for the queries? But I'm going to go ahead and commit because that was pretty good. What we've done thus far. Change the prompt a little bit. Actually, before I do that one, I'm going to run this one. I'm going to clear this, sending way too much context. I think that makes sense. Is there any way we can store... Well, no, let's just stick with this. Yeah. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab a coffee. Test. Okay. Wait, did you make it specific to app rankings? Because some of these, what exactly did you do for the? I have to read it because let's see. All right, well, seems promising. Simple change. Oh, it was the wrong one. That's interesting. Let's see, why would it have done that? Hmm. kind of doubt it's related to the recent change. Oh yeah, now it worked. Interesting. We kind of can't, like, depend on the user to call the right tool, because we're going to have a lot of them. I guess we could, maybe. Otherwise, it'd be kind of annoying. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Unless we can get it like 99% working. As far as... Also, let's fix this kind of... It's a little weird formatting here. That's not too bad. I check my billing, make sure it's crazy. Interesting. I think we have a bigger issue. I'm noticing sometimes we ask this question, it's able to call the right schema. I'm thinking what could be happening is that the LM service prompts, the prompts combined with like the schema is just way too big. At some point, it breaks down what it can call. Let's try to estimate roughly how many tokens we're sending for the schema. We might have to modify a little bit how we're sending this. That's what I'm thinking. Do you have any other ideas? Like, if we go back here, there, guys. Oh. Yeah, we gotta make sure also to save the deep research text as well in the database. Strange. Oh, huh. Well, that makes sense. It cut off the rest of our... data. I mean, what's the context limits for Gemini 2.5 Pro? I think it can handle that, right? Yeah, can you estimate how big the schema is? How many characters is that? How many tokens? Oh, yeah. Sending all 12 apps and sites. No, that's not what we should do. Hmm. Can you break down what's the flow difference between? Oh, so this one goes in backtest mode, correct? How many tokens do we send in this scenario? Roughly, do you think? Try to give an estimate based on the process. Can you give me an architecture diagram for this? Create an architecture diagram for how this entire flow works. Right now what we're trying to figure out is, well, we'll open the architecture diagram first. That's in docs. Create a new folder. Where is it? Docs. Let's see it. There it is. I'm testing something out. What's the easiest way to open these so it's formatted? I want to figure out a long-term plan for this. So, if you think about it, at some point, our query section, as we collect more and more data, is going to be kind of like a backtest section too, right? I'm trying to, because we're going to have a ton of data points, right? So in our current architecture, can we actually support this? How would this even look? Currently, what I'm thinking is it would be like, if it's query mode, you first just nail down the schema to the companies in question. How do we figure out whether it's query mode or not? It's after this router thing. So that would be after the router, where it's like, okay, that's this domain. For the domain router, are we sending all of the... When do we actually send all of the data? Does the router send the whole schema, or do you wait till after choosing the app rankings to send all the schema? Yeah, it does. Okay. I'm thinking like after the pipeline orchestrator, when it decides that it's a query, it should just run an iteration of figuring out. It's like sending a top level schema of all the companies we can choose. We get that from the LLM, so it's like an extra iteration. And then once we have that, then we can just send the schema for the companies. But my only hesitation there is like, I kind of wanted to keep most of the logic the same between the two. I didn't want to, because I'm kind of thinking eventually the query kind of just becomes the backtest flow. And I wanted a way for that to work. So I want to keep things simple. We have 10 different pieces of data, and then we have 10 different flows. It's just going to be a kind of a nightmare. Okay, can you make a doc of that unified schema? Let's take a look. I meant unified flow. Hey Jesse, how's it going? We're currently doing some planning. It's taking a long time to make a doc. So we're looking at this, but we're generating a new one because we want to try to simplify a little bit. How this works. I'll show you. How this, when we get the actual Instagram reviews and everything, we want it to be very simple because we're going to add lots more data. So if it's really complex, and it's going to get a lot of bugs. All right. Let me pull up the new doc. This would be our simplified section. We'll see if it kind of makes sense. So let's say we ask a question like this with the new flow. I'll pull up a question. So we ask this question, what will happen during entity extraction? So think about long term, right? We're going to add lots of new types of data. I guess is the general idea here, we will always just have two sections. It's like one for sort of the market, like the general market questions. I guess that includes bonds too. Just like, and then this next section is just going to be like only the extraction. It's like areas where we need to extract more data. So it's like we need to go out and look for, but we're going to always need like a high level, schema. Where it's like, here are all the things we have for each company. And we always have to run this first iteration to nail it down. Does this make sense, do you think? So it's like long term, is there any way we can simplify this a little bit? It would be really cool if we could somehow just have this. Like, here's an example, right? Like, someone wants to ask a question about what were the historical reviews of, and build a graph of the historical reviews and complaints of Facebook, for example. Technically, that wouldn't go to the backtesting section, but if it does that, then it won't actually be able to get the right data. So if we do segment it out like this, then we can never really combine it again, right? How would we make it so the user could build historical charts and stuff once we have a lot of data per day, like a lot of data points? That's the problem of segmenting it out. A bit of thinking. More MDs. You read the top though. Exactly, yeah. Excuse me. Where's average? That makes kind of sense. All right, let's make another file for this. Maybe we can make a video like how we use AI to make the right architecture. I think this is a good process, just sort of like reviewing the top level, asking questions, keep iterating till you get to a better. If you guys are wondering, like, software engineers will be replaced anytime soon, it's like there still has to be someone to review this stuff, right? Like the high level. If you design it badly, you're going to have to rewrite everything, like for the core functionality of your product. It needs to be maintainable, because if you just put in a bunch of stuff, you'll only be able to do a limited amount. Like if we just go with what it first said, then it would be hard to add new data without it becoming just a total mess. Is our V2 of the unified architecture. Let's look. Yeah, that makes sense. This makes a lot more sense than what we were doing. Yes. So let's say we ask this question. What happens during step 2? It's going to load the right schema, but there's a difference between if we are loading in the individual company schema. So then we need to, I'm going to finish reading it just in case it answers this question. True. There's some things I don't like because someone asks a simple question like this. We don't need to call our tool because the LLM could just answer these kinds of questions. Just sort of unnecessary. But I think this one would have. Let me get the other question that we're answering. And also an app question versus the so there is a type of question that like we have to cross out, right? Like we don't need to. We don't need to do that. Our deep research tool. Only the stuff that we have data for. Because the LLM has data for us, so we don't even need to find stuff. Yeah, so this one's easy. This first example. I'm going to make this bigger. See it. Okay, so yep. So this one's simple, right? Like if we go to this scenario, at the moment it's simple. Hey, thanks, Codename Zulu. I guess, you know, if you're watching this and you're like, how do I do this or something? I think I would start with creating those diagrams, right? Like kind of the diagrams we created. Because if you learn this, like kind of understanding what to know when you're looking at something like this, like whether this is good or not, right? It's like, if you figure out how to do that, then you have the hardest part of doing something like that, like a big project, right? This is programming. It's kind of like a type of, it's like high level, how you design an app or something, right? Like if you're wondering what do, and I'm kind of assuming maybe people, you know, there's probably people watching this that aren't beginners maybe, but, or some maybe already knows this. But the point is like, a lot of a software engineer's day is kind of spent, like after the beginning stages is spent like designing the high level of what the app's going to look like. And the way I would learn this is like create these documents and then just talk with AI. Like, what are some things I should know about this document? Why would we structure it this way? Like, why does it matter for maintainability? Right? One question you're asking is like, maintainability means how easy is it to add new things in the future? If I want to add more data, is it going to be like really a huge change? Or is it just going to be like I can just put in the files and then it just hooks up? Everything's really nice. If it's the second one, then you have a really nice app. Right? It's like you can very quickly add more data. Super easy. I don't need to change the whole, like all the code everywhere to support this new data. And then you can ask maybe, hey, how can I make this more maintainable, and just kind of learn over time. It's like, sup Kai? We're talking about how to do this. I can talk a little bit more about that if you guys are interested. I can maybe think about how we can teach some of this if you guys are interested. I'm not really sure, because we'll figure this out. It's just a matter of just getting it the right long-term design first. Because yeah, we could totally just like ask a bunch of questions, and we could probably get it working right now. I mean, it already is working, but no, we could leave it as it is. But at some point, if we add new data, we're gonna have to confront that. So I'm doing it now because it's the morning and I'm feeling energetic. At night, I probably would not do this. That's true. To some extent. You know, I'm thinking maybe a better long-term solution here is we just separate the tools out. Because I think one of the problems here... Okay, the major problem, right, is we're trying to do so much for the user, right? We're trying to figure out what's their intent, what type of question is it? Is it a historical question? Is it a, generating chart question? Maybe a better solution here is to not try to do so much, right? We just make the user select what they're trying to do, right? Like, we're trying to solve a problem that might not be worth the effort is kind of what I'm thinking. What do you think about this? Let's ideate what this would look like on the front end instead. Right now we do have the tools, but we're trying to infer what the user's trying to do, and that's what's making this a little more complex. Yeah, I think that's probably a better thing. Just simplify it a little bit. Oops. I'll show you guys kind of what I mean here. So in the research tab, when someone's like asking a question, let's say they say research Instagram's recent reviews, we try to do a lot of stuff. Like, we're trying to figure out what type of question it is, what type of chart are we going to make? Are we going to do like, are we going to build the chart, or are we just going to answer the question? But what if we just make that instead, they click first what they're going to do, then ask the question? Then it makes it a lot simpler. And less buggy, potentially. Let's go ahead and ideally though, someone could just get the answers quickly, but I don't think it's viable, because also the deep research is slow. So it'd be kind of annoying if someone asks a question and it triggers that, and it's just like this slow waiting thing. It should be a really intentional thing you've done. So let's plan this out. I think it does make sense to separate the ideas, right? Between the historical backtesting stuff and that they selected. However, let's go ahead and figure out what would be the categories that we would have them select. Would it be based on, maybe based on, like they could even choose the data set or choose what type of data they want to query? That could help, right? We give them like, hey, this is all the things you have access to. Because that is one component, right? The user doesn't even know what type of questions they can ask that we actually have data on. Right? Maybe we should be a lot more explicit with what we offer them, and they can select, hey, I want to ask a question about this. It's kind of, we have like a multiple categories, right? We have our macroeconomics, backtesting stuff. We've got our equity comparisons and like correlations, and then we have our alternative data sources. Those are all kind of our 3 categories. The alternative data sources is going to expand, but maybe we should have the user select what data source they would like to attach to each question, right? If they attach one of these, then we know what type of question it is. I think that's a winner there. It's like they click, this is what I'm interested in using to answer this question. And then that'll make it really simple. Hey, Ricardo. Something like that. Yeah, definitely. I don't think this change will be very, like, it's not like this is going to take a long time. Just a matter of figuring out what exactly we do first, and then it's pretty smooth going. I wish I wouldn't format it like this. It's hard to read. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. So the flow I'm thinking is it's kind of like the user attaches what data they want, right? From the user's perspective, it's like, okay, I want to ask this, I want to ask this, I want to ask this. If they don't put anything, then it just asks the LLM, right? So that's a very clear flow to the user. Right now we have this idea of calling the tools, right? But I think we should transition to be, you have to pay to get access to data sources. That's the new framing of this, right? So we replace the tools, the tool idea, with attaching data, right? It's the same general idea, but that's also going to help segment what type of question they're asking for us. And it also does the secondary benefit of making it clear to the user what they can do. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to commit everything. This is going to be a huge change. I'm going to probably remove this. Well, I'll just commit it, I guess. But kind of, I'll keep it just in case we decide to do this in the future. Remove this because I don't think it worked. let's. What do you think of this? Do you see any flaws with my idea here? I wonder if there's any MD formatting for iTerm. Oh, let's do that. That'll be nice. We'll build one if it doesn't exist. I'm gonna ask another thing. Is there any way to build in MD formatting into iTerm? So if it detects MD, like, yeah. There probably is. iTerm seems to have everything. Be great. Is there any way we could build a little thing to do this for us? Like within iTerm 2? It's iTerm 2, not iTerm. Hey, can we install this into iTerm? I don't know. I'll look. It's not really about the file. It's like, okay, so we're using Cloud Code, right? And it returns a lot of MD. Is there any way we could somehow have something that's automatically within iTerm 2 that's like automatically formatting that for us? I don't know. Can we like build a little plugin for iTerm 2 if it doesn't exist to do that? We'll open source it. We've already open sourced 2 tools. We're just gonna keep doing that. So this is the first one we open sourced. Is this, if you guys want it, you can do this. You record the window location. And the second one is the Alt Tab thing where it forces on hiding windows. That was just annoying. Okay, this might be not possible. Not sure what it means. Maybe it can come up with an idea. It's this stuff. See. Yeah, this is what happens, right? I guess it's right. It should be expanding, but it's not. I think, why is it happening? Here's what it does. Do you know how we could fix this? Maybe is there some setting or something? Okay, so, well, it's okay. Over it. We can't do it. Wait, if I make it bigger and then I zoom, will that work? That just doesn't do anything. That doesn't really do anything. No. You see that it's just formatting it weird because it's doing markdown stuff. Even when I zoom out, zoom in, it doesn't do anything. Is there no way to fix this? I don't think there is. Not an easy one. Oh yeah, that's cool. I didn't even think about that, but we could segment it into the stocks as well. So we give them a preview of what the app ranking data looks like too, and other data we're going to add of some, but we don't give them all of it. That makes a lot of sense. So this tool section will be replaced with data sources, and you click which to attach to your question. Yeah, we could do something like this. If they attach data, but they ask a question that's not related to the data, we have a little, maybe we just add an extra prompt there to our overall prompt. That's like kind of similar to what we did with the tool calls. It's like detect if the user is asking a question that doesn't relate to the data, and if that's the case, then we just return a thing first so that they can continue or not. Also, it makes it clear that this is real data, right? Like I think before, there's this idea, like they're going to be talking with AI and they're like, well, is this just real? But it's like, okay, well, we attached real data. It helps with the maybe credibility of it, right? All right, cool. Oh, this is a good point. Yeah, let's do, so we're not going to do, okay, that's good. See, I didn't even think about that. All right, so what do you think we're going to list for the data attachments? You know our current goals. We have the historical backtesting stuff, like macroeconomic stuff there. We got our app rankings, and we got individual company data. What should we put for the options? We want to keep it simple. We want the user to be able to understand what their options are. Hey, the Keno. 400 subs left for that one. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I'm pretty sure, so I added these hashtags at the bottom of the description. I'm pretty sure that that causes some discoverability issues, so I removed it now. So we'll see if that's the case. Maybe not. So market and macro. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, that's great. Yeah, this is so good. Okay, let's do that. So future data, we're just going to keep, well, granted, if we have enough data, it's going to be kind of a pain. I guess it undefined. Okay, I like this, but what happens when we have a lot more data, right? App intelligence is one, but we're going to have a lot more alternative data sources. So how would that look in the UI? Is it like, maybe it would be alternative data, then they select, and then it's, well, how would that even look? It's more of a UI thing though. Which one is it? Oh, 5. That's cool. I like that. I'll make it bigger. Can't really read it because of the, I'm just going to, it's kind of annoying. I wish we could fix it. I tried. Don't know how. Oh, it's all broken too. Can you make a doc of what you just said? So that way I can read it. Hey Shri, how's it going? We're redesigning a bit of how the tools work. I think we've come up with a good solution to how to make this very clear what it does to the user. We're changing this from tools to attaching data sources. So it's going to be very clear what exactly you're doing. Like when you ask here, you're without attaching any data, you're just asking the LLM. But if you start attaching alternative data, start attaching macroeconomic stuff, then it's like clear you're asking a question about that data. And then we know exactly how to answer the user's question and not to just forward it to the LLM. We do additional processing depending on what data they attach. Before we were trying to predict based on the question whether they want to call each tool. That's really tricky and not very clear to the user. Yeah. Change to text area. Not sure what that means. Okay, so we got a new doc. Let's go read it. I can't really read terminal very well. Kind of like this, yeah. Oh, we should have maybe a few they could select. And boom. I'll even select what companies, yeah. Yeah, this is great. And then we lock certain companies, right? You can be really creative with this too, because you know what their portfolio is, right? So you give them some companies, you give them 2 or 3 companies that they have, and you lock the rest. You could lock their biggest position. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to do it necessarily like this, but I think this you can be a little creative with how you are upselling the data sources on this too. That's cool. And I'm not saying that in like a nefarious way, like but you know, you gotta fund the project somehow. So you find an avenue to provide value that they're willing to pay for. So we're all on the same page here. The goal is to provide value, not just try to get their money. It's a bit of both, right? All right, I think so. I'm going with option 3 for how this looks. I like this more than whatever this is. It's like doesn't really need a box for each one because we're gonna have a lot of data, right? We're gonna have jobs and hiring data at the end of this. Matt's here. What are the rules I use? I just use some rules that are like don't expose my environment variables and things like this. So other than that, not much else. Yeah, option C, I agree. Yeah, monetization, that's going to be great. All right, let's do it. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with option C. Go ahead and make the UI changes. You're going to need to change how the pipeline works. We're going to, I guess, remove the router. I don't really see... The only thing is maybe, like you said, if the user asks a question and they attach the wrong data source, I wonder maybe we could repurpose the router for that. Let's plan this first. Maybe we could do that, right? There's an initial processing step there, or if they choose a data source that doesn't match their question, and the LLM will, we pass it to the LLM says yes or no. It says no. But should we do this? Maybe we just don't do this, because if the user asks the wrong question, I mean, they just get the wrong result. It's like, why should we have this fallback here for this like extra cost, you know? Yeah, I don't think we'll do that, because why? Yeah, no, I don't think we'll do that. This makes sense. Let's plan this first though before we do it. Take into consideration what I said there. Yeah, no problem, son. What's your project? It's like an investment platform. We're gonna have lots of data sources we can answer their questions with, and we provide them daily news based on their portfolio and portfolio tracking. Just I call it investment intelligence, because it's like gonna help you figure out what you want to do with your portfolio. That's kind of the end goal. But it's not giving you recommendations, it's just giving you data. It's more like it's educating and helping you make decisions. Oh yeah, I do use it. I use it for my terminals, but I don't use it for my cloud code because it's kind of, I can't resize it very easily. So my process is I have these sections of the screen and I hotkeyed it to go to the right place. So like, let's say I want to read something, make it bigger. Well, now I can just go back to this a little better. So for me, that works, you know, but everyone's different, right? So I open source that if you guys want to use that tool for the like recording windows. You do a command option R, you record the window, and then it's saved on another hotkey that you can use. So it's very easy to set up. You just select the window, command option R, and then you can, so I'll show you if I put this over here, command option R. Now it always goes there, so boom. So you can set it, you can basically make your own setup with terminals, however you want to structure your windows. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, definitely. I think we probably delete the router code. I don't really see any purpose for it. So if the user doesn't attach the data and they're just asking the LLM directly, right? And so that's actually a normal behavior. So before we begin this implementation, just tell me very concisely, what are the categories that we're going to choose for data sources to start? And how are you going to implement this change to the pipeline? What's your plan here? So market data, app intelligence. Isn't there another one? What was the other one again? Shouldn't it instead be like market data and then and then like individual companies and then the alternative data sources? The reason because it's like easier for our implementation if they do it that way. I think for each of these, we should give an example. What do you think on the UI? We probably give like example questions somehow. How would we do this though? Would it be like so that it looks nice? Like, you know, when they see the data source, they're going to want to know, well, what can I do with this, right? Like, cool, but like, I don't have any questions. So we want to make it like really clear to the user what they can do with the data source. How should we structure this? Whisper flow, it's kind of cool thing. Yeah, it's much faster for me. It helps me think out loud too. Because the alternative is I think out loud and then I type it out. I mean, that's like double the time at least. But I can just think it out and then it helps me. I can just read what it says. That's much faster. There's this concept that you learn in, I learned in college. It's very common. It's like rubber ducking. They call that. It's like where you just have like a rubber duck that you talk to while you're programming. This is basically this, right? Because thinking out loud does help. And it helps, I mean, if you're streaming too, thinking out loud, people can, granted, you know, if you're just joining the stream, sometimes it might be a little bit confusing what I'm doing. Because we're already deep into it, you know? The problem is I can never read these because it generates this like... Oh, I just realized something. The reason why it's doing this is because it comes back to the size of the window. But okay. Let me try in a bigger window. Once I ask the same question. Can you tell me this again? Like, send me exactly the same thing back. So we'll see now that it's a bigger window. Is it going to actually format it right? So I can read it, or do I have to create another file? Oh, see. So that's what it is. So let's just make sure when we're doing this, it's a big window, then we can read it. Oh yeah, when they finally attach the data source, that's when we add a little thing under it. Oh yeah, the clickable is also good because yeah, they can just click it. Yeah. The only risk is that it's going to become a little bit cluttered because we already have a lot of buttons, I think. Let me look. We have like this and then like tons more buttons down here. Oh, but what we could do is if they have no data source, these are the buttons. If they click a data source, we replace the buttons, these ones with the new ones. So I think we're good. Let's do it. All right, yeah, let's do option C. That makes sense. Yeah, let's do this these three, but let's not use emojis. And let's go with the original option of your search. Just plug it in because I don't want it to misunderstand. So we're going with option C, search command style. Okay, we're going with this option here. Go ahead and redesign the pipeline here. Remove code that no longer going to need for some of this. Well, where you have to do a pretty large refactor, but what you can note for how this is designed is that now that we don't really need the router, so we can segment this out into separate sections very clearly. Before you begin, make a plan for how you're going to refactor this pipeline. The reason I wanted to make a plan is because we're going to validate, because it's a huge change, right? And we're sending a lot of context, so I think I might just create a new chat, just send the plan itself. So we save a bit on the, maybe we get a little extra performance out of this. Hey, Latin America, how's it going? It's going well. We figured out what we're gonna do for the tools. The tools work, but we wanted it to long-term be maintainable. So we're changing a bit about how it works. I think I'm pretty solid on this this idea that we're doing. We're changing it from tools to attaching data instead. So you attach what data you want. This tools section is kind of weird because the user doesn't know exactly what's going on. It's pretty vague what this means, these three. Yeah, for sure. Whenever in the beginning you can go pretty quickly, but then, you got to start doing a bit of planning. Otherwise you'll end up having to rewrite it later. So sometimes, you don't really know what you want. So like as you're building it, you realize, hey, this doesn't actually make sense. Yeah, it's like Perplexity, but for your portfolio. Or, some of the others. This plan looks pretty good so far. We're deleting some of the old code that we're no longer going to use for this. Yeah, so what's your plan for the new files that you're going to make on the back end? You're probably going to segment it out, right? So a new file for each implementation, because they are going to be a little different as far as the the back testing versus the individual companies versus the alternative data sources. Definitely Latin America, like trying to visualize like what is the person using this care about, or you'd have to come up with that all yourself. It is really helpful to have a thing that bounce ideas off of. It definitely helps if you're one of the target users. Like if you're building something for yourself, well, you know what the target user is. You know what I mean? Let's say I try to build something for a landscaper or something, or a plumbing company. To do a lot more research, and it'd be hard to do. So we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, like finding something at a intersection point between your interests. It's a good place to find ideas. Mostly build things from it. Yes, exactly. It's a good rule of thumb, I think. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I think this is good. Yep, let's go ahead and let's implement this, both sides. All right, we have begun the long change of things. I suppose while it's running, we can think about the portfolio page a little bit. So yeah, we can actually work on this at the same time, because these are totally separate files. There's no overlap. So we're going to go ahead and add a place where you can start adding in your purchase dates. There's two sections of this. There's if you just want tracking for all of a bunch of different assets, but once you start adding your portfolio, we enable it once you've added all of the necessary information, and then we'll start tracking all sorts of things for you. Eventually it'll be plaid. We'll connect your accounts for you, but for now it's just, I think we should reorganize this a little bit. But this is the mobile version. This is what it would look like. Gotta fix that there. Let's see, what did I send? Oh, let's see. Okay, since we're changing how this works, we can clear this chat. No longer is relevant. So we're going to start working on the portfolio tracking. But the first step here is we need a place for the user to start entering purchase dates. Based on the UI, I think it kind of makes sense. Like, well, give me some ideas first, right? Like, what would be the best structure? We want the user to enter their portfolio. Makes it kind of more sticky. So that is our goal. We would enjoy if we can kind of urge the user to go that direction. Yeah, everything works mobile. So see, this is the mobile version of the chat. So it's collapsible. And then today's brief, this looks kind of just like this. We haven't generated today's. Wonder if I could build something that's generate some kind of passive income. Yeah. I think that's the goal, right? Oh no, we didn't attach our file here. That's all right. It found it. Just used up a little extra credits. It is what it is. Okay, I found it. I was gonna correct it. Maybe put a little. We can have a little paper trading. Maybe not though. Do that later. Just for fun. Definitely not option A. I don't really like any of those. I think like they select portfolio performance. Maybe that's when we allow them to start entering the. We don't want to pollute the asset performance page with stuff. Like once they select the portfolio performance, then they can start adding in all the basis. Maybe we just highlight on the left where they start entering. But that only shows those values on that when they do that. Sorry, I'm doing something right now. Almost done. Okay. This is still running, so. All right. Yeah, perfect. Great, let's go ahead and do that. So what you've said makes sense, but let's make sure for like cache, they don't need to. I think that's the only one. Specs or something. Let's leave it cache. But I meant cache as in cache, but. Hey, sorry guys, I missed some comments. I was distracted for a little bit. Okay, so for stack, let's see if this command works. Maybe I have to do it in the chat. Anyways, let me see if I made a command in the stream. Let me see if it works. Stack. Thought I did. Oh, there we go. Okay. And then gamify the cost basis. Oh, Ricardo. The genie, the best route of those. I think you're exactly right? We have to come up with some way, like that is the most sticky element of our product is if they enter their portfolio. Because then that's when you'll start checking it every day, right? It has to be fast. It has to show how you're doing. Asset performance, like people might care about that, but less likely to check every day. So we're going to implement this, and then we're going to figure out a way of like, when they go to that page, how do we push it, you know? Oh, it finished. All right, this will be interesting. So add data source. Let's try it. Okay, so let's try the first. This doesn't look very good yet. I was kind of thinking it'd be more of a searching type thing. Like you click and then you can start typing and then it'll come up with all the things under it. So not really a fan of the UI quite yet. But let's go ahead and ask what each data source should be able to. Oh, right, we have some sample questions here. So let's see what happens. Yeah, so it made a mistake there. I think it's because it hasn't removed some of the code related to our tool calls. I'll let it finish, but I'm pretty sure. All right, cool. Let's check the portfolio page. Once this, I'll do this over here. Sahan, I have no, I'm not paid. I would be required to disclose if I'm paid legally. So I promise you. Also, they're not going to sponsor someone with like 600 subs. I'm not big enough for that yet. I mean, I'd love if they sponsor me, but no, I just really like, I think it's fast and I can have a ton of windows open. So I guess if you disagree, that's fine. But Okay, looks like we introduced a little bit of an error here. Let's see if we can fix that one. So what are the reasons you don't like it, Sahan? Is it like, are you getting some bugs, or I never run into any issues other than this glitching, but that's because I turned to cloud, I think. Oh, Sahan, did you make sure to change the model? If you're using the default model when you, if you're using the Sonnet model, it might not be very good. Because that might explain why you might not like it. I mean, at first I didn't like it either, right? But that's because I was using my API key, so it was extremely expensive. So I switched to the subscription, excuse me, and it was much better. Hey, Doze and Aura, Warrior. We put it at the top right there. I'm working on a platform for investors. We're fixing a bug right now. So when we asked this question, it still triggered the AI investment analyst tool call. So you should make sure to remove the any sort of routing logic for the tools, and you're going to remove the tools too, because those are no longer being used. Yeah, this is what we're building here. Right now there's a UI thing that we're fixing, so I can't navigate because it'll give me an error. Yeah, like, so for me, the cloud code, I'm using the subscription, Cloud Max, and then it's quite good. I don't know about the $20 one. I haven't really tried that one yet. Actually, I think I did, and I hit the max. But Cloud Max, very good. I don't really get close to the usage usually, but because of the sheer amount of how much I'm doing, I switched to the 200, which is definitely a splurge. But the $100 one, I was pretty, like, I could do 8 hours a day and it would be fine. But if I was running like a lot at the same time, I would sometimes hit the 5-hour limit. Okay, so we fixed the bug, it looks like. So if we go to the portfolio performance, I kind of like what it did a little bit on the, our goal is to get them to add this stuff. I think the purchase dates, we have to make it required if we want to actually track their performance accurately. So that's why we have to, but we're going to use Plaid when we can. So let's test this out. Put 100. Nice. I guess it starts the day that I purchased it. I think the this it's just for today. Now let's see if the sharp is right. I think it might be really high. Cool, that looks good. Let's add a bunch. See, so if you add one, it disables, I guess that's what it should do. Definitely a little slow. Try to see if we can, and the holding added should maybe be just like somewhere, maybe we just don't even have it. I guess it's just slow because of refinance. So I remove the. You remove the holding added green. I think the fact that it appears is enough feedback for the user. I don't think we need to put any others. Thanks, Dozenor. We spent a long time. We started with a, you know, we spent a long time on the portfolio page trying to re-layout it and get to something that looks a little more professional. We were running into a problem of it being kind of looking a little bit too crypto, kind of, not that there's anything wrong with it, but just not the look we were going for. So let's go ahead and add a purchase date for these. You can zoom in too. Chart's a little wacky. I think it's, well, if there's a way we can maybe speed up how fast it transforms. Oh, this is cool, right? So this takes into account our like purchase dates, and when we switch to the asset performance, it removes all of our basis stuff. I'm trying to think, is that working? Let me change it. So I'm gonna make it so I purchased this maybe 2025. I'll just make it like really like overpaid or something. Oh, it's not 12. This is not. It's got there yet. Okay. So I do. This is a bug. We put 1,000. 12/21. Oh, let me choose. Seems to be only going to December 2nd. Interesting. How's the vibe coding using 5.2 model? 5.2 seems pretty good. We tried a little bit, but not a lot yet. So maybe we could try some today. That'd be kind of interesting. Might not be taking basis into account. I'm going to try to figure out why. I think we changed this, so I'm going to check if this works now. Let's see. Okay, so delete some of our old tool calling code. We're going to try one of these. The website design is created by Cloud. Well, we definitely are providing some guidance as far as like how we want it to look. So we start with AI results based on our prompts, and then we iterate on it. So we definitely have spent a lot of time sort of going back and forth. But as far as like me actually, I'm not a very good designer, so it's more just me trying to specify the layout and iterating. So we're still calling this this tool. Any idea? We shouldn't even have this card anymore, actually. This card should be gone as well, because we're no longer going to use these cards. Okay, and while it does that, I'm gonna see what happened with, I'm gonna change this to the basis part. One of the issues here is we should trust the user, whatever they put in for their basis. So in other words, like where they bought it, the graph should reflect it. So we do have to change the logic for how the chart works. I think we are doing it for the bought date because I noticed the chart does change, but there is something wrong with how we're doing the actual basis. So for that second graph that we're creating, let's go ahead and just make a plan and try to figure out what's going on, but don't code yet. Let's look at what the issue is. I'm gonna maybe clarify the problem from the image, I guess. Understands what we're talking about. So in this image, you can see that we set the basis to be like 10,000 a share for Apple, but it doesn't reflect in the graph. What it should show is, hey, we have a huge loss. Right? So I'm speculating maybe is it because we're getting the price of Apple on that date they bought it or something instead of trusting their basis that they put in. Okay, I'm gonna redesign this. I was thinking it'd be like a search, and it have maybe the tools, and then it's like a search for the data source. Oh. So I wanted the at data source to be more like a search, like we have the cards for maybe in a few examples, but you could actually like search, type and start searching for the data, or you could select it, either one. Also the drop down, I was kind of thinking. Also for the drop down, I kind of wanted it to be more like really minimalistic and a little more condensed. Also for the alternative data, it should have like all the companies, not all the companies, just like a few of them. And then you are searching, right? Because the idea here is that we're going to lock some of the data. So we need all of it to be visible. It has to be like kind of condensed, sort of. Okay, let's go ahead and see if the tool calling works now. I mean, the attaching data instead of the tools is replacing that. Oh yeah, exactly what we thought. It's using the market price from my finance at the date. Exactly. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix that. I think that makes sense. So we should just trust the user. You know, if they say they bought whatever price they want to put, right? Make sure that it's not modifying the other graph, right? There's two different graphs. So Okay, so let me see what the error is here. We got this error here. I think it's maybe, are you trying to store this data similar to the today's brief? There's kind of two separate scenarios, right, for the pipeline. We can maybe just have it some flag, you know, that's passed through, whether we're storing it or not. Maybe a sidebar menu that got expanded and collapse friendly too. Yeah, I think we already have that for the chat here. It's a great idea. It's like when you make this thing smaller, it's collapsible. So that's in mobile. But you're right, for web, we can't. So that's a great idea. Let's do that. I'll put it down here maybe. I'm going to wait till this one completes because this is editing the same file. I'm just going to fill on that for a little bit, but we'll do that next. All right, let's go ahead and test our... Wait, does this make sense? This doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so we bought Apple September 3rd. We go to September 3rd. Right, the portfolio value goes up because you bought something. Right, because what do you do when before they bought it, do we just assume they had it in cash? Probably, right? No, we don't. So that is the right behavior, right? So if you buy something at a date and you're doing portfolio performance, you shouldn't include it in this though, right? But in the graph, you probably should show that it's increasing, but the actual portfolio performance won't really like... Right, the math there is like, I remember, it's like you have to do a little bit of a calculation of like, where you have to take out the deposits and the withdrawals. So we will do that. And we will fix this. But the graph is right. No, it's not real. This is fake data. I'm just putting it in for testing. I wish I was. And just put it in and generate returns. All right, so put it. So, okay. So I think the graph is right. It makes sense to me because we bought Apple way, you know, we put in an insane value for that. However, the actual returns and stuff we have to correct, right? You have to do kind of like this time weight performance thing, and you got to treat like the purchase date like a deposit almost. Then you have to do the math on the actual performance. It does have dark modes, but we haven't made it very good yet because I think some of it's a little, it's still white in certain areas, so we'll fix it. Multiple people requested dark mode, so. But I'm gonna commit the portfolio change there because it's pretty good. And I got the graph. It's this and this. That's it. And this as well. Okay, let's test this out again. Okay, interesting. Not really a fan, but let me see what it looks like bigger. It's just not really what I was thinking. I was thinking it'd be like a... Let me find it. Let's see. It's not quite what I was thinking. I was thinking it's more like, it's almost like there's no text box, right? Number one. Number two, it's like, everything should be extremely condensed, and even the options should be just like a right after the you can think of maybe like a command terminal, right? You can think of how that would look. It's not really, obviously not the actual stylistic part of the terminal like the colors, but the actual fact that it's not really a text box. And then you have the selections of what you can choose after it. Let me see if the dropdown makes sense though. That's not good, right? And you need to totally, I think we'll maybe use Gemini 3 if we don't succeed this next time for the design that we're thinking for this part. And totally redesign the dropdown. Again, everything should be very condensed, right? You're gonna have a lot of information that people can choose from. And the app intelligence, you know, the alternative data is another section where it should bring out another dropdown, but it shouldn't have literally everything because we're just gonna have tons of data. It should just show people. It's going to be eventually organized by recents, but we're not going to do that yet. But you should make it much more sophisticated. It's a big ask. So we'll iterate on that for a while. The UI for that. It's fine. Okay. I saw that GPT 5.2 is really good at Excel. Might be, let me... Yeah, let's go ahead and do this time weighted return. Misunderstood me. Yeah, definitely the dark mode. I really underestimate how popular it is. So I'll do it. I'll do it. We can do it real quick. Let's just put it over here. Well, I'm gonna wait because it modifies a lot of files. So I want it here. We got a build error. We're gonna warp and warp. Yeah, definitely. I've heard Gemini 3, and I think we've tested it multiple times. Gemini 3 has been better for generating what we're trying to go for. So we'll try again for the drop down if it messes up again. From the West Coast. US. US, I should specify US. West Coast of what? All right, I'm gonna restart. Huh. I'll just wait. That's fine. I'm waiting until this one finishes. Okay, cool. So now we can know for sure if, okay, good. I'm going to restart the, I'm going to first test on another browser because sometimes it gets in a weird state. Okay, just making sure. Oh, I started the wrong thing. That's fine. Okay, a little bit better, but I wanted there literally to be no box. It's sort of like a... Okay. Really quite what I'm thinking, but it's a little better. I'm going to plug this into Gemini 3 and give it a shot. Let's just try it out though. Thanks, Seaside. Some models include... Yeah, it's true. It's true. Your eyes. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's a lot of text, right? I guess I could reformat this a little bit in terms of where I'm putting these. Could make them all the same size or something. Let's see. For our script for saving windows, can you go ahead and add a clear, be like Command Option period or something? Go ahead and put it in the open source repo too. Just the white is triggering. Okay, I will do it. It is time to make it a totally dark. Thanks, Zombie. Enough people have said it that I'm just like, all right, you know, I'm clearly in the minority here, so. The public has spoken. I accidentally closed the music. Sorry about that. So it's Command Option period to clear all. So Command Option. Okay, I think it worked. Let's see. I'm do Command Option 0. Nice. This is taking a while. I'm going to see what's going on. Got in us. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got an error. That's why. It just didn't reflect on the front end. Get user credits. So it could be when I made this, I forgot to put in that in the pipeline. We'll also add, make sure to add a thing so it does reflect on the front end. Version of DOS is this. Or it exists from the earlier. Yeah, but why did it say not defined? Did you define it somewhere else? Okay, and I think it fixed the folio. Oh, nice, it worked. This is the time-based return. Let's play around with it. If I put 0 or 1, I should have an insane return. Okay, so it's not updating. This is an issue. Nice. So the only thing is when I update the basis, it doesn't rerun all the calculations. But I wonder if I change the graph, it might rerun it. Yeah, there you go. But if I change the graph, then it reflects. So you just need to make sure if they change the basis, that's like a trigger to rerun the performance. Nice. Yep. Perfect. And if I put 1,000, Oh, yeah, it's 10,000. So I think it's right. Because before we put 10,000, I was like, why is it different? Then I got the 2-year. Nice. That looks good. I put 2. Should be able to press enter. I should be able to press enter so I don't have to click save. You can just enter the basis, press enter. Same thing with add position. You should be able to do it. Press enter. Oh, you already can with that one. Well, this is turning out pretty good, this page. Another thing is like once the users have entered all 3, everything, they have all the basis and everything, your default going to this page should be the portfolio performance because they probably are not, they don't really care about the asset performance anymore. So the default, if you haven't entered the basis, is the asset performance. Also, did you make sure to save this information in the database as well? Right. All right, we're going to try this again. Market data. And then after that, we'll do dark mode. Make sure everything works there. I think we already have it. Let's see what it looks like actually currently. This is the dark mode currently. Yeah, it doesn't look like super great, obviously. Oh, it looks pretty good actually. Wait, I kind of like this better. Okay, I think you guys are right. This is kind of cool, kind of slick. Maybe add like a nice gradient under here. Greenish thing. Yeah, this is my favorite page now. I think we did a good job. Very nice. Thanks, zombie coder. The human right. Fair enough. Oh, you asked which version of DOS? I'm on Mac OS. I'm not sure if that's your question. I'm using iTerm for the terminals. I think so far AI is not plateaued. The new models are quite a bit better than the previous ones. I wouldn't be surprised if we do at some point though, but it's just not happened yet. So as long as the models keep getting better, and it's hard to know, like how can anyone predict when we're gonna, if we are gonna plateau when we are, right? So it's, as far as like asset prices though, I think that's a whole nother story. Depends what company you're looking at, right? Okay, so we're gonna redesign search data sources. I'm gonna open Anti-Gravity for that. I'm gonna sort of plug in our last prompt to see if it can handle the energy. Oh, it's not this terminal, it's this one. That I have this prompt that I sent. Fortunately, it is too far up, so I do not have it. Oh, but I can just do this. Forgot about it. So I want you to take a look at this prompt above. We're talking about, I'll attach the file. I want you to give me a prompt that's better at prompting you to do this, because the above prompt was just me talking. Understand our goals. We don't really want a text box. It's not really a text box. It's kind of like you're typing almost on the page. That's possible. And like everything should be really condensed after that. Right now it's just way too big, for the amount of data that we want them to be able to select. So we're trying to, so give me a prompt for this. Actually, give me a few prompts, options. No code yet, just the prompts. So that'll give us a prompt that we'll use to try to improve this part. And we'll fix this text box. So there are some areas. I'm going to go ahead and clear this. Well, actually, there's one thing I want to make another change to this page. So on the portfolio performance page, we now have all the data we need to add more statistics like nominal performance, after-tax performance. Oh, the numbers and the percents of both of those. So go ahead and add some of those statistics. and things like, real return and everything like that. And the real return include, put in an estimate for the risk-free rate, and have like an estimates area so they know what you're doing. Also for the news, I noticed it's only putting in one of my positions. I think it was like my first one. So whenever they load the page, that market intelligence should load news for all the positions they put in, because they might have put in more, right? I think option 1. Let's try option 1 first. See here. Product complete, thanks. This is the best currently out there, Sona Opus. I like Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3. Those are both. The GIF 5.2 we haven't done enough testing with to know. Seems to be pretty good, but I don't know. Anything or just prompt till it works. Yes, I was a software engineer for 4.5 years. Worked at a few big companies. Yeah. So definitely have some experience. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back momentarily. It had its chance. It's over now. Wait, how do I remove this? Is there no trash can on the positions? And I said the statistics. Does it look like full screen? That might be because it's okay. I guess I'll stop this and restart it. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Sort of. I'll try another browser. Sometimes that works immediately. Don't understand. That's about. Yeah, it works. Weird. Yeah, now it works. Oh, it's very bizarre. I'll just close it and reopen it. Oh, maybe it's my computer. Like frozen. So Gemini has not done this new one yet. This is what it looks currently. Yeah, that's not good. Maybe the AI was creating a distraction. Could be. Could be. I will be patient number 0 for AI attacking me because I'm always making it do so much work. Okay. My computer is not letting me close it. I am going to force quit it. Am I still streaming? Okay, good. I think I'm still streaming. I've been putting... Yes. Need to improve that. This is weird. Like I force quit it, it's still running. How is that possible? Oh, there it goes. Oh, what happened there? Hopefully it wasn't my website that did that. We'll have to investigate memory leaks or something. There we go. Maybe it was the dark mode. Interesting. This is what it looks like now. Yeah, it's not really what I'm going for. I mean, a little bit better because it doesn't have the text box, but I kind of want to tone down. And also it's changing the background, but it should be over here. I was thinking like it has the different options you can click. Get in there though, maybe. I'll give that a little bit. And I'll look at the other page while we wait. I should be able to remove positions, maybe just put like a, you know, some sort of trash can or something. Maybe just an X actually, just do an X, get rid of the position. Also another thing, keep the asset performance. Oh, that's a good question. Because I was thinking, you know, someone might want to track a different portfolio sort of here than their actual portfolio. Also include in the key statistics what their return was compared to the benchmarks as well. And also have the real return of the benchmarks as well. So compare both the nominal and real return compared to the benchmarks. I just use actually just the S&P 500 cap weight. Also allow an option on the graph that you can select some benchmarks to compare your performance to, maybe at the bottom. Also allow the user to remove a position, so it should be an X. I think I wanted to commit before it made changes. Case. Oh, it worked. Hell yeah. It's good. Just looks a little weird. I made a link, but other than that. All right, let's try a new question. I think something's happening where it's maybe some memory leak or something. I don't know what it would be though. Before I make any more changes, like stylistically, Oh, I know why. If you click the research, it should create a new conversation. So we'll tell that. Okay, let's use a different data source this time. We're going to use Meta. What was Facebook apps recent review sentiment? What was the most common complaint? I guess it's not coming up with questions, which it should. Okay. Okay, got an error here. So let's... Okay, good. I was just checking we made this a doc. Just in case, you know, we want to go back. Yes. That all makes sense. IPOs, yes. Time in hands. We will IPO this tomorrow. You guys better be on the train. So it looks like another one of these errors, so it should be able to figure that out. I should also include the tool set, the attachment, so it knows. For this question, I attached the App Intelligence meta. We should probably make that clear what that means. That's not very... What does App Intelligence mean? The user. I should maybe make this a... like a page that you scroll instead of like an individual scroll for this. Individual scroll for the news makes sense, but not so much for this. I can just show the X. Doesn't have to be a hover X thing. So if I remove this, it should oh, how do I change the share count? I should be able to click it, change the share count. Two things for the key statistics. That section shouldn't have its own scroll. It should be like something we can just scroll down the page and see, if that makes sense. And for the X, it can always appear. And then number 3, I should be able to click the share count and change the shares, like the amount of shares for each position. That's cool. So you can see your S&P performance. That NASDAQ and stuff too. I don't really want it to re-render the screen. It just can put it over. Wait, what? Why did that change the mode? Oh, it's because it's mobile. Interesting. I got this error. I mean, there's no error here, but I got this on the front end. Love for Mania. Hey. Thanks, man. When you add something, does it automatically create a new commit? I usually commit myself. I commit whenever I feel like I made good progress and I don't want to have to go back because I accidentally made a mistake. Can you suggest a YouTube playlist to learn and master Mern Stack? I don't know Mern Stack. I looked that up. Oh, I see. That's his terminology. So MongoDB, Press, React, and Node. Let's see. So I don't have a YouTube playlist. Let's see. What would I recommend? I think just like talking with the AI is a good way. That's how I learn new things. Okay, let's try it again. This is a iterative process. Oh, nice, it worked, look. It's much faster, too. Yay! Isn't that cool? We're gonna fix the flow there but you can attach data sets. So the most common issue is bugs, crashes, and login issues. Let's see if I can do a follow-up. I should attach it for the whole conversation. That's cool. Yeah, so it's attached for the whole conversation. I can tell there's a memory leak, though, because it's just lagging to hell. Something's a little weird. I think. Oh, I know what it is. I think it's while it's streaming conversation, it's lagging, and then it stops. So we'll try to fix that. That's cool. So basically what we did here is we're querying all the data that we collected on Facebook. We have a ton of apps, and we're getting the most recent information. So let me ask, how many reviews are you getting? Are you to get this data? So this will be interesting. I don't know if this will work. Maybe. Oh, nice. Cool. It works. Yay. Yeah, it's lagging while it generates. It's fun. Okay. All right, cool. So we got this. There's a third component that we want to double check before we change anything else. We have our alternative data. But where's our individual company data? Looking at the attaching the data sources, I don't see individual stock data sources besides the app intelligence. Did you combine some of these, or what did you do here? No code changes, just asking. Let's see, do we have Netflix? Yes, we do. What about? Let's try Duolingo. Sure, let's hook that up, put the individual companies. Right now, I feel like it's not totally clear to the user what's going on here. Like, it just looks like a command terminal, right? So we need to figure out a better way to communicate to the user that they're attaching a data source. It should be clearly segmented, right? You have the market macro, you have individual companies, and then you have mobile app data for the alternative data, right? Mobile app. Mobile app data, I think that's what it is, right? What else would you call it? So we need to kind of like, again, redesign how this looks. I think the terminal thing, I think some part of it is good, right? Like, I like that it doesn't have a text box and it's sort of your typing, but it shouldn't really look like a command terminal. And it should be clear to the user that you're attaching data, because people are familiar with the idea of attaching data, right? They attach data all the time. They attach data to emails. Cool. Thanks, Sahan. But before I send this, I'm going to commit, because it seems like it is working pretty well. It's pretty exciting. I want to break it. I just do update when it's like not done yet. Let's look at the portfolio page while we wait. So good, we have our X. We can update our shares now. So if I update this to be like 10,000, it should change the graph. Nice, that's perfect. Nice, and it fixes the graph. Nice. That's cool. Formatting got a little weird when you put in a lot, but that's, people are not doing that, so. That's cool. And what we can do is go validate these numbers. Make sure everything's right, but I'm pretty sure it is. You can switch this to dollar value too. That's cool. I think this is the day. I guess we can validate that real quick. So is Apple. Should be. I mean, we're getting it from Refinance, so looks like it's accurate. Should be able to reorder this list based on value. Yeah, clicking this should reorder the list. That's generally how it is. There should be some other place to change the dollar values. All right, I suppose let's try the attached idea. People are familiar with the idea of attaching things, so. For the portfolio, when they click the it should order the portfolio by those things, so you can reorder it. And also, you should still leave the ability to change it to dollars, though. So it's like two separate things to click, I suppose, for the change. Make a move to the music. All right. All right. Okay, all the statistics should change as I change the graph. It's fine. That's just because it's editing the code. If I do 1 month, looks like it might be right there. This is way better than what I do because I can only get it based on the current, when you build this in Excel, right? To get all these statistics across your brokerages, you can only really know like what it is for today. But now this offers you the control of being able to see, hey, what was my performance from April to May? What was my Sharpe ratio? Oh, we don't have that here. We should put all that stuff here as well. Should be right below the performance. Cool, let's do that next. So we have the Sharpe ratio over here, but we should put it all for your portfolio as well, based on the purchase dates. And then you'll be able to zoom in. Okay, what was my Sharpe ratio last year? Or maybe half a year, and it does some cool math to figure that out. Yearly rate. Okay, it says it finished that. Let's check it out. If I click. Oh, I removed it for some reason. Oh yeah. This page does not have this, which is kind of important. Okay, that's a little weird, right? How should this work exactly? I think it should look the same as this. Just should have a... Should be able to drag this too. Let's add that. Should be able to drag and move it over. Okay, two things. How do you fit the basis in here, though? I guess that's why I did this, because it's kind of hard to fit the basis in this space. That's cool. Yeah. I don't really like the icon for the dollars first, though. It should just be like a dollar sign. Yeah, it should be like a percent. You click it, turns to dollar sign, and then maybe this too, right? These are two separate, but that's it, right? You don't need a third one. But let's try to figure out how can we include the basis here. That could just be here, right? At share. Just small text. These two pages should have the same kind of UI for the positions. The main difference, you just put like 200 shares at whatever basis, right? So just keep it small text, just fit it in there. Make it the same, UI for both of those. Doesn't need to be different. Just add, one of them has the basis, one doesn't. Make sure for both of them you can click the shares and change the shares though. Also for the percent, just make it so when you click the percent turns to a dollar sign, and when you click that arrow, that's the one for the moving, the filtering. You don't need a third icon for you only need two. Hey, Official Sapphire, how's it going? We're working on a research tool, investment research tool. Right now we're doing the portfolio tracking UI a bit, but we're also working on the this attached data. Oh, that's good. Actually, maybe this is what we want to do. This is simple. Oh yeah, this is good. Cool. Put some things that they can attach, next to it. Just some options, right? Like it's like you could think of this as like the recently used things to attach, right? You don't need to implement the recently used yet. Just use the most common that they're likely going to do. It's going to be the market, maybe some app, mobile app like Meta or something, and then like some stock or something. Also, when you select it, it doesn't allow you to select another individual company, right? Like, let's say you're trying to do a correlation between like two companies, right? You can't select another. I get that we're not allowing them to select multiple like mobile apps yet. We can allow them to do multiple individual companies. It should work for that. No, I meant the first one. You made it both the second one. I like the asset performance one better. So can you make it the one that it was before, but for both? Like the asset performance was much cleaner. Let's try out selecting multiple companies. I'm going to test the functionality first. See if that works. Generate a chart. I wonder if we can convert it to the Flash model. So slow. Worth trying after it finishes. I don't think anyone's going to actually wait this long. Way too long. Let's see if there are any errors. Seems like it finished. Well, looks good to me, at least on the server side. I wonder what's taking so long here. Can't right click, which is... Here's that froze. Something's weird's going on. If I was to guess, maybe some sort of UI use effect thing where it's like running a million times. And it's freezing. It looks promising though that it worked because I see it finished and validated the question. Oh, it must have worked. I'm thinking there's some sort of infinite maybe use effect or something in the research when you do these questions. Either that or it's some sort of like we're attaching a huge amount of data and loading it in. Something that's freezing the page. Because there's no error, but it shows in the back end that it completed. Take a look. You're going to need to evaluate some sort of performance issue going on with this page when we attach data in chat. Don't make any changes yet, though. Just tell me what you find. See if you can find anything. A little investigation. I can tell it's doing something wacky because my fan is running on my computer, so it's like doing some sort of infinite loop or something. I'm gonna reload. Oh, see, it loaded. It was just some sort of... Oh, nice. Look, it worked. Hell yeah. We have just validated all 3 types of data. It can do individual company analysis. It can do app analysis. Pretty cool. Do market backtests. And a money glitch. Yes. No, but this is seriously, I'm very happy. Today we accomplished a ton because we totally rewrote how the backend works as far as generating these things. But this reminded me that we have to make sure this works for the today's brief. So that'll be a critical test. This looks really bad in dark mode. So we'll fix that too, but that'll be a test too. I don't really like how this looks with the bot and the basis. I wonder if there's any way we can shrink it. If anyone has any ideas. I can't really think of anything. We might have to keep it. Total, we've spent, I think about 60 hours, something like this. But you know, if you think about it, it's not that much. Like, I played Skyrim for like 200 hours, so this is only 25% of Skyrim. I played League for 1700 hours, so spent 5% of my League time so far. How about you guys? Wasted a lot of time playing some questionable games. Skyrim's cool though. You guys have any ideas about this, how we can shrink this? I don't really like it, this bot text. Like, somehow if we could put it somewhere. But I don't think it's possible. We kind of have to have it there. It is what it is. Okay, that works perfectly. That's exactly what we'd want it to do with this clicking, I think. It's close enough. It's just a little bit weird because it has both. You should remove the other. You can just fix that, it's fine. But there's another thing we'll do first. Let's see if I found it. Oh, okay. So we figured out why it lagged to hell. Yeah. So let's go ahead and wait. Jesus. Yeah, just send the entire message, right? Or chunk it, right? Yeah, let's just chunk it, right? Isn't that the right approach? What do you think? Because we want the user to be able to see the progress, but we don't need to send it character by character 1,000 times. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it by sentence. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's maybe do it by... well, let's do it by sentence first. We can always make it more, I mean less. So let's verify this still works. I believe it does, but we'll, and hopefully it doesn't lag now that we just corrected this problem, streaming. So just so you guys know, like, let's say you tried to ask this, right, in ChatGPT, right? You're going to get some answer, right? But it's not going to be very clear. You know, it's just going to be taking some articles maybe online that are like you know, here's maybe the performance after, but we're getting the real data. You know, like this is the real data, the charts. You can ask your custom questions, and like this is legit, you know. The alternative is you're just trusting some people online because the LLM just says, oh, based on Reddit and some news articles, this is the returns after. But yeah, so we're actually going in there, running scripts, validating the scripts with our pipeline, and then giving them data in a cool way, like charts. And so yeah, that's the difference. If you guys were wondering, like, why do we care about this? These questions. Like for me, right? I'm going to ask questions like this because I'm just kind of interested. And there's a lot of different types we can do now. We're going to add tons more data. Let me check if it froze again. It did not freeze, so it must be running. I spent a lot of time, like literally 10 years of my life. I'm obsessed. I don't know, it's something about me or something. I just always have, like in high school, I started, and then college. And I read a lot of books, things, and I don't know. I just always had a really fascination with it somehow. It's very slow. Let's see. Maybe we make it, because right now it's by sentence. Maybe we make it by paragraph. I don't know if that's... Oh no, we got an error actually. Happened. I attached... I'm gonna make sure that I attached. I believe I did. Oh right, we should do one thing. So when the user attaches data, they should be able to see in the conversation what is attached. Right now, it just sends the chat, and when you go back, right, you're not really going to know. So figure out somewhere to put that. Yeah, on it is, but we just ran into an error, so we're fixing this. We're going to first add to know what's attached, and then we're going to... Actually, you know what? We should do that the opposite order. We should figure out what the error is, and then we'll do the UI stuff, because it's not... we want to keep the context of what we're talking about here with the laggy thing. Just in case it's related, although I don't think it is. We got this error. We asked this question. And we attached the market data. how can you tell if something is overvalued? A good... So what I would do if I were you, like if I wanted to start like learning from scratch, I think one of the best resources is Martin Shkreli. I watched a lot of his, look up his earlier videos on modeling. So how do you model a stock? That's what I would do. So Martin Shkreli, I'll put it in the chat. That's kind of where I learned a lot. All right, we're building an investment research platform. We're using Opus 4.5 mostly. Oh, I guess we cut off the error. That's my bad. Yeah, let it. Oh, it's just a warning. Oh, okay. Let me get the... Must be an error on the front end then. I assumed that was the error. Oh, here it is. Oh. Oh. Okay, let me send this chat again. Because I'm not really sure which one is... I'm assuming it's one of these. So I'll keep this open. Attach this, yep. Oh, weird. Definitely shouldn't do that. Well, we'll fix that after. Let me see if it actually sent the request. Oh yeah, okay, it's running right now. So before it wasn't running. Kind of weird. Let me take a look here. Doing. I like how it logged it very detailed, so I can see everything. So cool, we can see what data it chose. This is perfect. It's supposed to choose this data for the question we asked. Awesome, thanks. We'll check it out. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, he's a great resource. Martin Shkreli is old, so he's kind of, he is certainly a personality. But, as far as investing goes, he knows his stuff. Crypto too. I don't really do crypto. Not really into that. Nice, so it worked. We're going to clean up the UI, but let's go ahead and make sure the chart is looking good based on the question. Fortunately, no. What happened here? Let's try to figure it out. I see what happened. It's kind of hard coding in a question. It should not do. I'm going to tell it. I think we still have our prompts and oh. So currently, when we asked this question to the market, we attached the market. It appears maybe the example you put in is overriding our question, right? So you need to make sure the LLM respects our question. Also, take into account this file. I believe we already have solved this problem here, right? Never mind. Oh, I'll also ask it to fix the UI thing after. I guess on the chart page, while we wait there, go ahead and add the statistics, also like the Sharpe ratio and everything for the portfolio page. The way that you do that is you have to do a little bit of, feel free to make a new endpoint if you need to, but you have to take into account their purchase dates, what the time period is, and if it's, less than a year, you're gonna have to do a little bit of math there to figure out what the yearly rate is. When it isn't a year, communicate to the user, hey, this is, we didn't do that. Figure it out. They would like. Really, ratio is. Also, for the benchmarks, put in NASDAQ, etc. NASDAQ and the Dow, as well as the S&P. Make sure you're doing the after dividend performance, though. Oh no, actually it's a chart. So. I just committed that before I made the change. I don't think we should have replacement logic for either, right? Like, we shouldn't have that fallback, right? If we don't have the data, we shouldn't even be asking the question to begin with, right? And also for the today's brief, we don't want that either because it's very confusing. We should just make sure that whatever pattern created that error doesn't exist, right? So definitely just remove that replacement logic. And let's also remove that question from the front end. If we don't have this data, we don't want to provide this as an example, but they could set that they'll replace that with something else. We should be able to drag this. That's the next thing. You can resize it if you like. Oh, it should have the price of the stock today. Doesn't. Does the... Okay, let's try this again. I'm going to ask a question we've previously asked to make sure I can do that. Even see it. So we added the new data. See if it works. I don't see it though. Okay, perfect. That's what it should do. Cool. Oh, here it is, down here. So if I zoom in, it should recalculate it. It didn't. It does when I do the, not when I drag, okay. A little janky. I think the only thing is that I don't really like the jerky thing that it does there. I can fix two things. There's a bit of jerkiness whenever I click. Also, for some reason the sharp ratio and everything disappears sometimes. It seems like when I add a position or add the purchase date, then it shows, and then if I switch to asset performance, then back to portfolio performance, it's gone. So it's just disappearing sometimes. Also, it doesn't work when you like zoom in either. Let's go back to the research tab. Nice. See if it got the right chart. Okay. There's a different chart. But let's see if the chart makes sense at least. Wait. Okay, cool. That looks good. I want to try something though. If I put in the chart type that I would like, spaghetti, what's it called again? Because that would help me. That would not be someone else does. But it's the recover spaghetti plot. I'm gonna send that again. That's because it's currently working. There we go. Add a little gradient under it. It's actually worse, the jerkiness. It's slower. So now I can see it, but if I switch and go back, then I can't. Do all of our charts that we've created in are these all hooked up still? So for example, I sent this. And I got this as a chart. So we want all of our existing charts to work and be selected. Do we still have all the patterns? Because we've created a lot of patterns and put them to the chart type. Does all that still exist? Answer this question first before coding, because we generated a lot of types of questions that go to each chart. Well, we know it still exists because it's on that page, so we're good on that front, right? Yeah, okay. So we're going to undo that last change on this one. So this made it worse. So it was after the Sharpe ratio changed that this chart became a bit more jerky. So whatever you did as far as calculating the Sharp ratio, it shouldn't affect the UI. It should be just sort of, you know, asynchronous load. Mm-hmm. I might undo those recent changes with the Sharp ratio and everything. I mean the new Sharp ratio. Oh, that's back. A bit slow, you know. Turkey. Hey JMD, how's it going? Okay, another thing. We're not calling Finance every time you switch a tab, right? It should just load once. When we load the page, everything should be there. Just make sure we're not doing that. Because that's kind of just a pointless loading. I'm trying to understand what did you do here exactly. I'm not really understanding. Hey Doze, things are going. Things are going well, I would say. But we are fixing some things as usual. I guess I'm just confused, like, I'm just making sure you didn't hard code that we can ask for a specific chart, right? Like, why would we have lost that data throughout the flow, right? Just don't really understand what is saying here. I don't want to make changes that don't really make sense. What is it even talking about, bro? I'm just going to undo this because I don't understand what it's saying. Be mad method. Let me see what that is. Sounds interesting. Why do I need a Scrum Master, bro? It's an interesting idea. This may be worth a shot. Okay, so can you explain to me exactly like what you've done here? What's kind of the idea? Is why wasn't it able to choose the right chart originally? Can you explain how does the so you're just saying there was like a mismatch between where this execution engine stored it versus where the chart generator expected it to be? How does the execution engine determine the result? I'm just making sure it's doing the right thing because I don't want it to hard code anything because that's no fun when you figure that out. So it should say that it used the LLM to choose. No, I'm just asking you a question how it works. Don't, you know, how did it determine the result? Like, did it get it from the LLM? What did it do? This is like me testing that it understood what it was supposed to do. Yes, but I'm asking you specifically about the chart type. So how did it fill that out? And look it up. I mean, look at the code. Yeah. See where it gets assigned. All right. I am feeling a little better. Let me try it again. should try it sometime. I was skeptical at first, but 24 hours. Interesting, JMD. This is a good suggestion. You know, I guess I'll just go watch a video. And I'll see what their process is. And I'll just see what how this works. What is this? That's interesting error. Let me go look at the database. What are we doing? Any idea what has happened here? Are you saving the actually attached data to the conversation? If you're doing that, you should instead store like the types of data. You know, I mean, you store the headline of the data, right? Like market, you store that in the database. You don't actually store all of the schema into the database. You store like the headline, and then you go grab it when you load the conversation. Not when you load it, when you send a message. When you need it. So it's storing all the data, the message itself, the result. Yeah, go ahead and continue. What's the issue here? It might not be what I thought it was. Vibe coding with CLI better than with ID. For me, I just like having multiple windows open very easily. It's a pretty nice workflow. This is for this thing, this for this thing. I don't need to click around too much. Pretty just simple. I guess I'm a little bit confused. So this means you're not saving the image anymore, right? You're just sort of like sending it, right? Why don't we just store it in the storage? You know, you store it in Fire's storage. It's trying to store an image in the. It's trying to store an image in the database. Store an image in the storage. You know, it's gonna do dumb stuff. It's just what it is. Hopefully it works now, though. All right, cool. Let's try again. Or you just prefer warp? I don't use a warp very much. I just use warp for the actual the terminals for running, but I use just iTerm for these things. Terminals. Okay, it's running. Still running. And some validations, I think. Okay, moment of truth. Yay! Look at that. It has chosen the right chart. Good. Did you make sure to hook up? So does this page work with everything, our new pipeline and everything? A commit. Yeah, I'm glad I removed that. It was not good. Not good. Not going to commit the portfolio stuff. Yep, that makes sense. This doesn't really work yet. We do not commit it. Okay, now we're just going to clean up how the message looks. Should be a little nicer. Also, please fix the UI here with how it came back. The chart should render and everything. I guess I didn't test this, which is like if someone sends a follow-up, but they're not asking for more data. What does it do? Okay, yeah, so it does start another thing. We do need a little bit of a router. We removed that code. But we do need a smaller router, which is basically like does the question make sense for, yeah, right. And we were originally going to do that, so that won't take much time though. And that'll just be like, does the question make sense for the data they're attaching, right? If it doesn't, then we return some message, you know, it's like, it's just we'll forward them to the generic LLM if it doesn't make sense for the data they're attached. Also, make sure, you know, for each conversation, we can see what data is attached for each question. That should be at the bottom. And you should be able to change what data is attached. Well, we won't do that for now. That's a little tricky. Long bit. Cool, it loaded. While I wait for that, I'm gonna do the portfolio stuff. Bit of lag, I don't really like. I'll move the emojis. So I'm also talking about, okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? That initial message that you send should have, yeah, what market data is attached. But you should be able to send up a follow-up where you also attach more data, right? But if you don't attach data though, it should just forward to the generic LLM. So go ahead and add that at the bottom of the chat. You know, if you have a new chat, I mean, if you have a chat that's running, you can attach more data and do another question. But it shouldn't consider the prior data. It's like you can send maybe the prior context a little bit, but not everything. That's kind of a bad prompt. Let's fix this. Let's fix this memory leak. It's making my computer not very happy. Can you fix this memory leak here? Yeah, Shri. Hey, thanks, Andre. Hey, Andre, I saw we're doing kind of the same thing, so that's cool. So good luck to you as well. I'm gonna test this one again, make sure everything's still working there. Maybe I'll just run 3. Right, okay, so it just needs to make sure not to depend on the chart. I attached the meta app data. Hey, Gremlin. I think that's not the normal gremlin. Here, new gremlin. Can you explain here, what did you do exactly? Like, were you making it always go to the chart URL, like save a chart URL for every chat? Is that what you did? Perfectly normal man. Okay, let's see. It's good. Okay, well, we'll see. I'm gonna run it again. All right, cool. So that worked. I'll just do a different one. Let's see. I'm curious, what happens if I don't attach the Intel data? Or I attach the wrong... Wait, what? That's weird. And NVIDIA should not have these as the... I'll see what happens. So I attached the wrong data, right? It should do something. Sort of errors. So it is still running. We'll try switching into Gemini 2. Flash, see if it. Nice, it worked. So this is what it looks like. Granted, how did this even work? Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess that's not horrible. Actually, it's kind of cool. So what did I test, right? I attached the wrong data, and it figured, the LLM figured, oh, he wants to compare the AMD versus Intel versus NVIDIA. So I'm going to try this, though. If I attach a totally different category of data, what will happen? So let's say I do this, and then I accidentally attach this. I wonder what it's going to do in that scenario. Got the music production going on my Bandy Buddy. Oh, it is the same ground. Oh, nice. Cool. Nice, man. Yeah, it looks cool. Send it to me when you're done. I think we're going to do a few performance things after this. Like, I want to check that it's not loading all the conversations into memory when because it seems like it's getting slower. So it should only load a new conversation when we click it. Somehow I was able to get the data. Don't know how. I'm going to double check that because it seems strange. So let's try AMD versus something weird. I don't know if we had that data actually. I'll use, we have Lulu. I think we have all the data. We'll try it. Do we? Load up a few hundred credits for you. Cool. I think there's an auto-tune reverb. I can sing, but just not well, right? I could try auto-tune. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, implementing auto-tune would be fun. Is it like, can it do it real time? If you do it real time, that'd be pretty sick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because we don't have the data for TLT. Yeah. So the reason why that happened, we should give a good error. But let's go ahead and try it with some data we know we have. Well, first I'm going to try attaching no data. Right, it should just go to the... good, okay. It just goes to the normal LLM when we attach no data. Oh. Interesting. So if the last message was streaming, we get an error. Let's fix that just real quick. So if I switch the page while it's streaming, I get this error. So just go ahead and, if they... I don't know how to fix that actually. Just let it... early. And fix it. know what, I could also use this as a test. I'm gonna grab someone, like a question someone made on Twitter, and I'm gonna compare our chart generation versus his, and if it's exactly the same, might be interesting to see as well. It's kind of a good proof of concept. Let me see, his name's Ryan, I think. Yes. So I'm gonna try one. So let's do this. Let's see, stocks. Okay. Our stocks of the first year of a presidential cycle. How does the S&P form in December, the first year of a president? I'm just going to add some extra guidance, make this a table to try to get the same exact chart. I'm trying to think, will that work? Might work. We'll find out. This is a hard question, I think, because it's not only the first year, then it has to figure out in December. That'd be cool if we could see it building the script in real time. What is the performance of the S&P in December for each first year? So I think what it did, it averaged it, right? I want to take a look at the script and see what happened here. I doubt 100% of the time it's higher. That seems quite right. Also, there wouldn't be 516 of them, right? Let's look at the script, what happened here. Let's add a little bit of extra guidance, just out of curiosity. If I do make the x-axis, or the make the table track the years, not the, obviously the user would not need to do this, but I'm just curious. I think we have a prompt later. Yeah, we have a prompt later. I'm just gonna go back to this conversation. Hey, TCM, how's it going? So I'm trying to figure out how we can make this chart work. I think there's a few things that went wrong here. Like number one, the period, right? How could we go about understanding what the user was asking? I think right now we do specify. It's fine. This is just a limitation, right? Of like, well, another thing I want to understand is why did it come out with 62% here, but then percent higher 100%? Let's try to diagnose this first. So take a look. I see the 62% win rate versus percent higher, so that seems a little strange. I think maybe we could add a debug. For now, the message will always show the script that it ran. So if you could add a little front end in the chats for these. Any script that it ran, that goes for the, the queries or the backtesting script, just so we can kind of figure out what's going on and debug things better. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a coffee. Oh, sorry guys, I muted myself. My bad. Thanks for telling me though. Who knows how long it would have took. Right now we're working on what we want the chart to look like is it's like a year, right? 2025, 2022. That's like each row. That's true. This is a really good point. Do you think this is a simple change? How could we do it? Currently the portfolio page doesn't show the Sharpe ratio and everything. I know we added it, but for some reason it's just not showing. It seems to work though when it does show itself. What do you think the reason is? What's the logic for when it should show? ACW, how's it going? We're using 2.5 Pro for the response message, but you know, we're actually generating the chart. Like that's not the model. So that's, you know, part of what we're doing here is we're building the charts. Our pipeline here builds the charts, runs the scripts, runs the data. Give a command, it's stack, put it in the chat. But how will this work? You know, look at today's brief. How will it work in this case? Is it actually going to start making charts like that too? Let's plan this out, you know, on today's brief as well, you know, not just in the chat. Oh, nice. The Sharpe is appearing now. Yeah, but it doesn't show when I zoom in, only when I change the date. I mean, the performance period buttons. TCM, it's we're actually we're running all the data. So the difference is like use an LLM to, it's going to tell you some results, but we're actually running the scripts and we have the data sets. Like we're bringing the data sets, running all the scripts historically, creating all the charts. It's a little different as far as like what you're seeing. So like we could try asking, I'll show you. So a chart like this, right? What would happen if we asked Perplexity? Yeah, it just shows you this is just the stock price. But we can try some other questions like this too that we're doing. I mean, we also can answer like recent reviews. So we have recent review data. Look at their most recent 1,000 reviews. Yeah, we're still going. Okay, I can do that one. What about something like this? That's I can answer, I guess, the most recent reviews. I guess I can look that up, right? Like we're trying to position it as like a research platform, right? Like with tons of data, like data points. So running scripts, right? Perplexity is an LLM, so it's not running like a script to get the data. It's like and we're also validating it like over like this pipeline, so it makes it a little bit more legit. There's other types of questions we can ask. Let me show you. Actually, this is a good opportunity to make sure our admin panel still works, because we made a lot of changes. These are all our types of questions we can ask. I mean, it's just so let's do this one, yeah. Okay, so it looks like it's not hooked up. Let's see what happened. I'm gonna try a few of these though. And we're gonna make this a little more clear, this attachment, the data attachment thing. This one isn't open source. We have some tools that we made that are open source while we were working on this. What about the types of questions that we're choosing every day? Will it include? Will we also have the period return questions added as there as well? Let's just go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let's implement that. I'll just commit. This is the chart to generate here. So I found 353 historical occurrences. So I built a script and ran it against all our data. I made the chart. So we're trying to fix this one, so it'll show by year. We'll see if we can get it. So a bunch of years. You have to figure out. Why this confuses me. 62% win rate and then percent higher. I don't understand. So I'll plug that in after. Yeah, I think the jerkiness is caused by the Sharp ratio calculation. TCM did it? I didn't see that. Let me look for you. Oh, I see. I got a little. Oh. See, underperforms the cap weighted by more than what is the market's average trajectory over the following 60 days. Interesting. Oh, this is great. Yeah, thanks for telling me this. I didn't know this existed as far as like generating charts like this. It'll be interesting, actually. We can cross-reference all of our charts with this too. Very interesting. Let's see here. I see the code. Can we see the code that I use? Let's see here. Call it a rolling correlation. Rolling correlation graph. Oh, cool. This is cool. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to investigate this for sure to see if we can create the same kinds of stuff. And I wonder if this is exposed via the API, this chart generation. That's another question. Is the Perplexity API, can we use it for chart generation similar to this that I'll attach? Because that could save us a lot of work. And we also have a fallback in case we don't have ours. We can just generate charts at the API in the case where we don't have the data. This is the chart we generated. But I see on the Perplexity, when I use the Perplexity site, it's able to generate charts for me. Do they not offer that via the API? All right, and by the way, if you're wondering about this, it's because we purposefully attached data that doesn't work. So we were curious about the error, but it would normally tell you this stuff. Okay, well, I guess they don't expose it via the API, so we can't. I'm assuming the reason this is taking a while is because it's running like a validation thing, probably similar to what we're doing, I guess. Like, and maybe it's not able to make it work or something. Not really sure, but we'll keep doing this. So I really appreciate you telling me this, because we're gonna figure out what the gaps are and see if we can use it somewhere. Although we can't because it's not exposed. So it is what it is. We would just see what they have, I guess. But you know, this isn't the only part of what we're doing, so it's one component. Plus, our plan is to add in a lot of different types of data that you can run scripts on and make. And provide those charts for the people every day based on their portfolio. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and try this period return question again. Or make that more clear. Can we see what it's doing? So currently when I zoom, it doesn't change the Sharp ratio and all the statistics there, but it works when I change the 2 years, 1 years, all. So just do, the same, when I use the zoom. Wait, is it maybe because the Sharp ratio depends on data more than a year? Is that why? Okay, it has failed. Let me see here. This is the new feature we're trying to add. Not really sure why that happened. Oh, it's because it's making the code change here. Can I share that Python code which is created to generate sample chart? Oh, are you saying you were able to generate this one? Oh, nice. We got a little chart here. Let's see. Let's compare it to our chart. Curiosity. Ours is since 1990. I think theirs is probably 1990 as well. See, and their line's at like 0.5, so it looks roughly the same. Yeah, roughly the same. Cool. Let me try asking more questions. I'm curious. What about this kind of question? This is a more specific question. So I couldn't answer this question. I think, unless it's about to generate at the end. Oh, no. I'll create a new chat because it thinks I'm still talking about spaghetti charts. It can't do that one. I already asked this question. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I asked. Yes, okay. I'm gonna run this again. Sri Lankan developer. Very nice. That's cool, man. What? Why is it doing that? Oh, it works. Nice. I think. So the logic is not zoomed, uses the backend statistics. Zoomed. Can you explain why you're doing this? Can't we just make it on the backend? We pass in the data points, the zoomed data points. I think like there's realistically no reason, right, that we have to do the sharp ratio. Why are we doing that exactly? You don't really need to. Just be a local calculation. Unless it's like a really compute heavy thing, which I don't think it is. It's like, maybe it is. I don't know. You have to take into account. I think it's like standard deviation or something. We're just talking, so don't make any code changes. But what is the reason? Is it because of what's required to compute the sharp ratio? You have to take into account a lot of data points. Is that the reason? Or you like how it's like spazzing? Oh yeah, and then the sharp ratio disappeared again. Oh, that works when we zoom in. Yeah, so let's just maybe see if we can make it Okay, it's the same problem, looks like. Try sending this chat again. Can you take a look at this? Why would it show the period return in the row? Looks like the whole thing is not working quite right because it also says percent higher is 0. We might discard these last changes because I don't know about that. I'm taking a look at the prompts, seeing kind of what's going on here. I guess I could show it the script as well. What you're doing, thanks. Yep, so I'll show you. I use Cloud Code. And I just kind of, my stack is I use usually Next.js, or, I use Python Flask for the back end, Next.js front end sometimes. So it kind of depends what project I'm working on. Working on an investment platform. But yeah, mostly my workflow is like I work on a feature or something and I make sure to not run Cloud Code on the same files. So I make sure there are multiple files. When I feel like I make good progress, I commit. When I'm working on a new feature, I will try it, but I will do planning and make sure not to do things in a way that's not maintainable. So we kind of do evaluate that as we're going. I'll read this. Dylan, generate your idea here. Oh, so let me read some stuff. These apps is essentially throwing a shit probability. So for me, for the stuff that you're right in a sense, right? For the stuff that I don't think is important to be like everything has to be perfect and maintainable, I would classify that as probably the UI. But for the stuff that really matters, like the chart pipeline, we spent a long time kind of like designing what that would look like. So that way we could just plug and play. As far as bugs, you're probably thinking, okay, well, he does just send a prompt. Usually what the situation is like if I feel like it's a small bug that I think it can fix, I will usually just ask it to do it. And if it does it, and I kind of, before I commit, I go through and I make sure it makes rough sense, and I'll commit. If it's a big change, and I know it's a big change, then I'll take more time planning and learning exactly what the bug fix is going to be, because if you don't, sometimes it's hard coded. I'd say I take more of a very loose approach, I guess, in the sense that like I kind of know what's going to be a smaller change, and so I'll let it run and just, like you said, let the probabilities do the work. Also, if it's a small change, I know it's more likely to get it right. Big things across a lot of files, less likely, so then I know like me doing that's just going to take a lot of time. But in some sense, you're right, for sure. But, everyone has their way of doing things. I guess like I have the confidence in the sense that like if it doesn't work, I can just keep doing more and more things to eventually figure it out. Like first I start with asking questions and then I'll just learn more if it doesn't work. And then I'll just keep learning more and more. And eventually we'll get it. That's kind of my process. Yeah, cloud code. Yep. Cool. Sounds good, CJ. Yeah. If you guys want, I got this, I made this thing. You can put your windows and record where they'll be. If you don't want to like save your workspace, you can use it if you want. So you can see like in this case, right, I'm reading what it did. Because it failed like twice. So I want to see if it actually found something or if it's just inserting code. If all of this ends up being garbage, I made sure to commit before, so we just discard this set of changes. It tends to be our workflow, and I start over. Try to fix the bug. Sometimes I use a new model too, if I feel like we're not getting good results. And then the last resort is me actually going in and fixing it myself. But that takes a lot of time. Fixing this stuff yourself, you just have to you have to really understand the full code base usually to fix a lot of bugs, or the code base for the particular problem. You gotta do the bugging steps, which fine, but I will only do that if I have to. I'd rather be spending the time working on other things on the project. So that's why I take, like you said, a more probabilistic approach. Prompt completion feature? I haven't seen that. Yeah. Feel free to send it to me. That'd be cool. So I guess I can look it up. I don't see anything at the moment. Okay, so it looks like it's adding in some logs. So we'll be able to see what it did. I'm willing to try that. And then we'll plug it in and see what we get. Okay, and we asked about the Sharp ratios. That's true. That makes a lot of sense. Why don't we do the zoom on the back end too? We just send the zoomed points. Why are we doing it like differently for 2? I feel like that's just kind of unnecessary. So like in this example, right? What did I do to try to fix this? Well, I just learned a little bit about how this worked by reading it. So then I kind of know, hey, it's kind of weird to duplicate logic in 2 places. Like we should keep it in the same place. That would like reduce bugs. So it's kind of like I learn as I need to about how it's working. So it shows the wrong chart here. to choose the period returns, which is what it was supposed to do. So what do you think what happened here? There's two components, like choosing the wrong chart, first of all. And I think the granularity... Looks like the x-axis is still just like 1 point, but the x-axis just says sort of mean holistically overall the apps you're building. Build almost, but one. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think for me, I've always been, it's very easy to want to make your code absolutely perfect, but I feel like sometimes if it takes you twice as long to ship something, that's why I'm willing to accept some part of this code base not being very good. I try to focus on the one that is important, the parts that are important to save time. I just, I think I'm maybe a little more perfectionist in terms of like what we're making, but I've always been less in terms of, I think, the other aspects. I don't really like, sometimes it formats like this when you... Not sure if that'll work. We will try again. And if it doesn't, I might discard it. This particular thing. We might just not try to do this at the moment. Hey, saw dude. Had a hidden word in the code. Hey, you triggered the bot. Careful, man. It's the first time I've seen that. What did you do even? Oh, the caps. Okay. Oh yeah, another part of my process too. Sometimes you'll notice that the generations will be really bad. Excuse me. And the way to make the generations better is always to just... I'll show you guys kind of what I mean. Like the more code that you are making it edit or read and generate, the worse the generation is going to be. So you just go backwards. I'm actually not going to use this. Sorry. It's just like you just have to reduce both sides of it, and you'll get better and better generations. So, for example, I'm pretty sure the files for this are just enormous, the amount of stuff that it has to do. So I'll just spend time kind of refactoring things into smaller components. And usually that helps too, if it's a big change too. So that's another aspect there. I think if there's enough wrong with this, I'm just going to discard this last bug fix that we're doing. Just reading it, see if there's maybe anything we want to keep. Okay, I'll just make a new branch. I hate deleting. It might be good. We'll call it just like period returns. Maybe we come back to it later. Okay, what is this analysis mode? In it. Okay, there's a few UI things I want to fix. Hey, Grandma. This project is tough. Very tough. Thank you. Hey, John. How's it going? Thoughts are easily triggered. Find out. Yes. You're getting that flu knocking about before getting that. Let's see. Am I? I do have allergies, so I don't know if I feel like I'm feeling fine. So thanks though. You're right. I do have a craving for green tea. I'll suggest prompts to speed up your workflow. Press tab. Accept. Okay, cool. Maybe update this. Maybe later though. I'll do it later. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna just double check we did not break anything. So I'm going to plug in a question. Something random here. This one should use the spaghetti plot. I shouldn't even have to specify, make sure. Yeah, let's I think doing all wait, really? It's recommending to do everything on the front end there. What's the reason here? Do you think it'll just be lower latency? But how much lower? I mean, it doesn't really matter that it's like super responsive for the statistics, I would say. I mean, well, to move everything. I'll just let it see what it says. Oh, gotcha, CJ. Well, I suppose I'll check it out tomorrow or something when they tell us how to get it. So, how would that even work? Like, as I'm typing, I can autofill. Still allow me to be extra lazy. Pretty soon, you just type in like a couple sentences. Does everything for you. Difference would be minimal. Yeah, that's true. All right, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do the front end suggestion you made. I'm gonna clear this one. I'm gonna check that the nice, that works. That's a cool chart. Whoa. What is the typical pattern of cumulative returns? This is kind of cool. Month of January. This shows that. January kind of sucks, right? Let's try a few more. Okay, another aspect of this should show that you attach the data to the message so we can see. Use Cloud Dev Tools MCP. I don't use Cloud MCP. I'll try it again. I tried it a long time ago. I used the Browser Tools MCP. But if you're saying it's helpful, worth a shot, man. Let me put it in. Chrome Dev Tools. I guess you just attach it to Cloud Code, right? I think there's like an MCP command /MCP. Right, and I remember this wasn't hooked up when we tried the new changes. Let me choose a different one. Let's do the histogram. Yeah, okay, let's fix that. Over here. Looks like on the admin insights, it's not hooked up to our new pipeline. I tried to run a new chart on a question. Another idea for an app, Dorm Buddy. Over time, the conversation. Yeah, this is the kind of creativity we need. That's how you go viral. Hey, Loco. How's it going? Montana. Okay, seems like it might have worked for that one. Yeah, I think the bot's a little too aggressive. Just deleted that guy's comment. He's like, hey, or something. Banned. Get out of here. Yes. I think we maybe got an error. Go check it out. Oh, no, it's just still running. So that is fine. I'm gonna go check the portfolio page. Yeah. We need to chill out our admin. He'll ban me. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Okay. Probably an error if it's doing that. Okay. Yes, it's this one again. Oh, I think I might know what's happening there. I noticed this happens after a while, like of running the server. Do you think it's because... Wait, what's there again? What do you think it could be? Could it be an expiration of a token or something? I don't really understand. Because it's usually like after a couple hours of running the server, I get that error. So I'm just curious. Why does it happen like after just like a while of running the server? Usually when I restart the server, the error goes away. I'm just curious what would cause that. I should fix a bug and work to cause another bug. Not really, Gremlin. We usually fix it. I mean, I guess give me an example. I mean, that's kind of how it works though, right? Like, you fix a bug, usually some other bug happens. It's true if you fixed a bug and that caused another bug. But we're making steady progress. I mean, maybe some of the stuff you've seen has been me like messing with the charts for a while, but that's because I keep adding new things. Like we had to redesign because we added way more data sources, and we wanted to redesign it to be able to be maintainable, add more data, like way more in the future. So that's why we have new bugs. That's probably what you're thinking, right? You're like, hey, there's all these bugs on the charts. Like this worked yesterday, this page now it doesn't. It's because we've added way more things. And so we have bugs because we added way more things and we rewrote in with the inclination to have way more data in the future. Right? I guess that's just my process. Maybe some other people, it's like they prefer to lay it all out at the very beginning, exactly what their plan is with this whole product. But if you've noticed with me, it's like I had kind of a general idea, and like as building it, I'm getting a little bit better about like what I want it to be. And that process does cause you to have to rewrite stuff. But I have no problem with that in some sense because I don't have to rewrite everything myself, I guess. Yeah. But I hope that answers your question because I think that is a valid question, right? And it's totally true if we were just going like jumping from bug to bug that we created from fixing another bug, I'd agree with you. That'd be kind of frustrating. There'd be very little progress. Hey, Loco, we're building like a investment app. It's like you can research things and get charts and get newsletter. But ultimately, I am kind of building this for myself too, so I'm okay with like, even if like no one else wants to use it, I have it for me, and that's cool. Interesting. Oh, okay, this is probably it. After many hot reloads, the devs maybe. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Is there any way to reduce it happening though? Is there any way to make it less common? Interesting. Thomas Edison. Oh right, it's because the bug was like in the light or something, right? That makes sense, but now, and I know there's a lot of people that do it that way too. They mostly use AI for the targeted, like writing a function here and there. They have much more control over how the code base ends up looking. Then everyone works different. I kind of did that for the game a little bit more when I worked on the Tidefall game, because AI was quite a bit worse, I feel like 7 months ago. Like, this was 8 months ago. I remember I ran into a lot of problems depending, so it was mostly me making the top level. Is there any way to make it less common? Okay, increase node memory for number 1. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do that then. Attach the error. This is 4.5 planning, Gemini 3 execution. It's not React Native. It's we're using Python Flask, TypeScript. Let's see if that works. Although the weird part about it, if I use another browser with this error, I think it does load them quick. Okay, no, it doesn't. All right. I'll restart it. It's fine. X4X. No, we're using Firebase. Gravity. Yeah, what's up with that, CJ? I'm the same. I use the Gemini 3 and anti-gravity, and it's like pretty slow and weird. I don't know what's going on these days with that. Question failed validation. Interesting. Let me look at this particular question. Like maybe something to do with, I can't tell if that's a warning or the error from the library. I'm gonna try another one just in case that was just kind of a weird question. I know we ran this one before, so this should work. What are we working on? Working on an investment intelligence. Yeah, I worked with Gemini 3. I like it for design. I usually have better luck with Opus 4.5, I guess. Maybe hard to kind of work with this with the AI Studio, right? The big code base. Does not automatically use high level. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. We tend to be a little bit more forgiving for the small stuff, but if we're asking to do a large change, we'll go ahead and investigate a bit more. I see we did the thing with the... We moved some of the statistics to the front end. I don't see the sharp stuff. Did you move the sharp ratio to the front end calculation for the portfolio performance? Okay, cool. We got our chart. So this worked. Let's maybe try to figure out why this other chart didn't work. Give the error. I'm going to paste this question with the chart. I mean, with the error. Pull it up here. One moment. That's fine. I'll just run this one again. And we'll get the error. We'll work on the portfolio in the meantime. So currently, when is the sharp ratio not visible because we don't see it in the statistics? Like, what are the conditions? It should always be visible, right? Like, added the prompt, are we really following best practices? Yes, I agree. However, there is a saying of you don't want to do optimization prematurely. So I don't know, maybe leave that part out. But I agree with the best practices generally. It's a good idea. Creating new files for each feature, this kind of thing. Use hooks and things like this. Keep files not too big. Calculation looks correct. Oh, there it is. It's here now. The sharp ratio is here. If I do this, nice. Don't really like how it keeps glitching like that. That's gonna really grind my gears. So we tried to fix that one earlier. The Where is it? This one. What is this? Nice. Cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna save this, I think. Probably not gonna save this, because what that? Okay, I think that's all fine. I'm clouding the context. Yeah, you're right. I usually do clear it when I'm done. Oh, you were talking about what you said earlier. Sorry about the Nightbot. We need to get rid of him. My quant. Is that me? All right, maybe let's clean this up too. Oh no, I wanted to do this first, which is figure out what chart it's going to create. Question failed validation. Okay. Let's see. I don't see any error here on that particular question. Well, maybe we can ask it and it can help us figure out what the problem is with that question. I don't really know. What was the weak one? It's like 4, this one. On the admin insights panel, we get this error on this question that says question failed validation. Have any idea why? I think it's getting the right, because it's like a monthly data point, but I think it can't find any occurrences somehow. Now we can run this one again. Oh. Never mind. Grab. The next thing we were going to do, well, there were 2 things we were going to do. We'll run both of them maybe. Number 1, if you see on the side here, what happens if I click this? Oh, let's just change it. If you see on the side here, it should also say, let's see what happened with this one. 10 shares. Interesting. I wonder if that's because Finance didn't return the data. I'm going to try adding it again, just out of curiosity. Okay. Pretty sure it's just related to the Finance because we're just spamming the heck out of it in terms of fetches. What I've learned over there. What tips would you suggest in efficiency and effectiveness? For me, it's sort of the same stuff as usual. Whenever you have good progress, commit for your general process. Just like make sure to plan the bigger features so that they can be somewhat maintainable. And then let's see what else. Limit the file length still. We still have to do that these days. Doesn't change. The more stuff you add, the worse the generations. So you try to limit the amount of context you send for every problem as much as you can. So anyways, as I was saying, we need to add the actual share price here. I'm going to do that. So on the left, we're going to add the share price as well. It should show for the portfolio performance and the asset performance. Then we were going to redesign this a little bit. We're kind of thinking like maybe this is an attachment. They're attaching the data to your question. So try to fix this problem and see what the issue is. I guess it's just saying that this particular question is actually pretty challenging. Okay, well, so what it's done here is it tried to hard code this particular question into the prompt, which we definitely do not want to do. So this would be an example of a really bad generation. Probably one of the worst that you can have. You just get rid of that. I'm going to clear this. I'm going to go ahead and redesign the attachments, like the data attachments. Right now it should be segmented. First of all, no emojis. There's 3 segments: market, data, individual companies, alternative data, entered into each company. I want you to design this so that way the user knows what it is. So right now there's no information about, hey, this is a data attachment. Attach these to answer your question. We need to be a little bit more specific though, because they're like, why do I need to do that, right? Yeah. I have to rethink maybe a little bit here. Let's ideate a little bit on this, right? It's kind of a conflict, right? You want it to be simple, but you also don't want to have to create this whole routing situation to get the right data for them. How do we strike a good balance? Wait, Nightbot just banned you? What? Oh my god. That's crazy. Obviously you're still here, so I guess it only banned you for a little bit. rethinking this a little bit. I will come back to this. Exactly how we get this. The idea here is we have a bunch of, we're gonna add a bunch of alternative data, right? That's like very recent. And it has a bunch of things that we're collecting every day. But I don't really know if I want to have the user have to do that. We'll come back to it. I'm gonna work on the portfolio for now. That's an early morning question, not so much an end of the day question. I want to fix the chart so it stops glitching. Okay, it's not too bad right now. Actually, not too bad. Okay, let's fix that. So when you drag and it zooms, it kind of like highlights the graph because it's like you're making sure selecting. Also, another thing, add NASDAQ, add the Dow to the benchmarks and for the lines on the graph, and yeah, fix the highlighting too. Like try to disable highlighting of the chart. Oh, they added the share price. That's good. Nice. Good. Oh, let's just add a loading. That's why it takes so long. Just loading. That way we know. End of the day. Yes. Pull the data to Superbase and RPC in there as if you AI to AI all this data. Some of the data. So stuff that's like historical stock prices on individual companies is from Finance. The valuation data is open source data that we just brought in. And then the other type of data we have is Google Play Store data that we scrape every day. And we're building a large data set that we're going to use to answer the questions. And build a lot of charts. And we serve that to the user. So we kind of learn what type of investor they are and what they care about. In fact, we can regenerate our today's analysis. Let's go ahead and do that. Because it's the end of the day. It'll also be a good test because we changed a lot of things today. Like we changed the whole chart generation pipeline and everything. So it'll be interesting to see if it works. Okay, it says it disabled the highlighting. Let's see. Nice, it did. That is good. Okay, what about, we asked something else. What did we ask? Oh yeah. Something has happened. Let me check on my other browser. There is no error. Okay, is there an error in here? What is that? Sort of weird character? I'm getting this when I try to load the page. Someone inserted the weird character. Hybrid is used for the chart. I use a trading view, open source one. I don't know that one. That's the answer. Look it up. It looks pretty good, must say. Be worth exploring. I kind of like our chart though. Let's see what we're using for the chart. I'll pull it up. Let's see if it loads now. Looks like the same error. Oh, cool. So I checked, it generated the new charts for today. Let's look. Got. Do I got this? Oh, okay, that's good. Interesting. What's the distribution? Microsoft underperforms. Historically precedes underperformance. If the 10-year treasury rises more than 15 basis points, what is the average trajectory? It has led to underperformance. So all three of our charts today say underperformance. Interesting. That's fun. Yeah. We should all sell, in other words. Joking. They changed the song. Use candlesticks, bro. See what you're saying. Candlesticks might not appeal to this user. This is not a not an advanced user. I think it's going to be, well, it's going to be probably in between, not like a trader. Oh, here's our error. What is this? What are all these weird errors? I've seen them before. What is this exactly? Oh, I see. It's something to do with the cache. Okay. I will restart the server again. I'd like to know why that happens, because I don't really like having to start the server all the time. One of these days. I'll probably discard its change that it made with the thing. Pull it up. Didn't it do some like escape character thing? I don't see it. Okay. So let's test all these lines. Okay, so let's fix it so on the portfolio, can you make it so it doesn't re-render the line when I click S&P NASDAQ Dow? The line should stay there. So the marketing plan, we tweet stuff, stickers. There's a finance committee on Twitter, and they care about these charts. I know you guys don't care about these charts. There are people that care about these charts. They like it, and we can tweet it, and we just have to have the best charts, and then we just keep tweeting, and we put it under tickers that there's no bots, because there's less bots on Twitter since it's really expensive. But they are under the big things like SPY. So we're going to choose things that a medium amount of people follow, and we're going to tweet cool data, and we're going to be like, hey, we have more data for you to look at. You just have to pay us a bit of money. And you also get newsletters and portfolio tracking and a chat where you can chat about your portfolio. Some features. We'll give you some cool information based on the type of investor you are. So that is how we sell it. But the big question is like, we should probably do more than that. So we should go in like Hacker News, go on Reddit, and I suppose YouTube. As some people that are interested in investing also come to this stream. Costco Food Mart. That's crazy. You better be getting a hot dog. You're good. Very cheap. The cheapest price per calorie. Unless you're eating a lot of like rice. What's the cheapest? It's probably rice, right? You can view them in the line chart, a candlestick. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I'll consider it. So you like that library better than our current chart? I guess our chart is kind of basic, but let me ask. I like it, but we've only tried one thing, so there might be some better charts for our portfolio. If you want to join this project, you don't request any payments. Trading view. So take a look at this chart. What do you think of this first like trading view chart, the open source library? Misunderstood me. We are using recharts to answer your question. So the recharts is a simple API, easy styling with Tailwind. TradingView is built specifically for financial charts. Extremely performant. This kind of sounds more like what we're doing. Yes. Larger data sets, years of daily data. That's true, our chart is kind of like smoothing everything. I think you might be right. I think at the least, it's worth an experiment here. Let's redesign our charts with this library. Do we do anything else? Do not think so. All right, we were gonna test. I click. Great, it doesn't re-render every time. Good. All right, let's run a little experiment. I want you to try to implement the trading view chart. Well, I guess just make sure that it Yeah, make a plan first. Make a plan to implement it. What do we need to do? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think I'm going to not do this yet. I will pick this up tomorrow. This one. This is where we're going to rethink the attaching the data idea. I was pretty sure about this, but I'm feeling less sure about the attach the data thing. I think we should probably just have the user select whether they want to attach data, and we can give them the option. But I don't know. I need to think it through exactly. And let's fix this in dark mode. Let's do that. This is kind of messy. Oh, I will do it in another because I want to keep the context for this one. As an aesthetic point of view, your chart is pretty good. I don't use pre-built library AI systems. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Actually, now that you mentioned this, CG, are you working on a similar thing? Because you seem to know a lot about what we're doing. Because that would be cool. Yeah. So right now I agree. Oh no. Oh, that's probably because it's working on the charts right now. It kind of now it's no longer animating. At least I hope that's what's going on. Check. Interesting. I wonder if this last commit we accidentally messed up with the animation. Interesting. I'll wait till this finishes and then we'll undo the last. Yeah. It did an animation before, but I agree. Like before, it was still a little glitchy, and it kind of like. I think you're right. Like we switched to a library that doesn't happen. That would be good. Oh hey, Snoofle, let's track your portfolio. Oh yeah, fix dark mode. Let's do that. Oh, we're not in the right. This one. I'll just keep it moving. We would like to fix the dark mode on today's brief because right now the text is like blending into the background. You can see the dark mode toggle in the settings. Let's try maybe some of our questions too. Not this one though. All right. Let's try this. Okay. I don't think it'll work on what we currently have, but I'm willing to try. Meta Horizon usage installs. Oh, I see. It's because we don't have enough data. We haven't we need to run this for some days. That makes a bit of sense. But it should have like reviews and stuff. What are the recent reviews? And how many reviews per install or something. It should be engagement rate or something. If not, then we should make sure that's hooked up, because we do have that stuff. Oh, look, you've been trading for such a long time. Hey, Department of Personal Efficiency. Oh, cool. Write the tool name in chat. Oh, sure, it's a Prism Data Feed. .com. I'll put it in the chat. You're really into vibe coding. Nice. Yeah, I like Whisperflow too. Oh, cool. So we do have this data. Highly frustrated, engaged, indicating the users who have a negative experience are very vocal. Oh, that's fun. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we have collected this data. This is kind of fun to know. So negative reviews are nearly 4 times longer than positive reviews. So because of that, they have a very high score of frustration. The feedback is considered genuine, with a high organic score of 92.1. Analysis of recent reviews shows several problems. You forced me to use this app to use this device. It doesn't even work. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so reviews per install, 18,000 from an estimated 22 million. User engagement from the Meta Horizon app is characterized by highly frustrated users who provide detailed negative feedback. Okay, so let's ask a question. How does this compare to the average app? So if I ask this question, what we want it to do is probably use the normal LLM, right? And not use our data. And we don't have that information. I don't think it's going to work though, because we haven't added that kind of like routing logic yet for that. That should be like the user is asking a question that we can't answer based on the data they attached. We shouldn't try to answer it with the data. But let's see what it says. Meta Horizon shows a mixed comparison against the average of the other 11 apps in this data set. Excels in developer engagement, but lags in recent sentiment. Shows higher user frustration. That's a pretty good answer, actually. So the users provide more detailed feedback for Meta Horizon. Meta Horizon users are more frustrated than average. Okay, cool. Well, that's pretty good. All right, so let's see to fix the dark mode. Okay, this is the same one as 4, so I'm just going to go ahead and close that. But when it relog, it shows. Oh, you mean the loading? Yeah, that's just an error that I guess comes up in dev mode with our hot reloading, I guess, I think. All right, we need to redesign this dark mode. This is, what is this? This is white text though. So this should obviously be inversed. I think we should use Gemini 3 for the design. I'm gonna switch to over to here. Can you go ahead and implement dark mode on the today's brief in right now? It's like colors are not very good, like for dark mode. Just like a lot of weird gradients. Don't have that weird gradient on the AI portfolio. And the text should be nice on the eyes. Think like the other dark mode. I don't know if you guys have an example. Can you make this prompt better? How can we? I don't really know what to say, so just give me a prompt to give you. Been doing that more recently. I don't know what to say. Oh no, it started the task. Oh. Hey, cooked. You in the UK, Kai? See a lot of really bad stuff. Not on the market, but Twitter really hates the UK for some. I don't know if that's just my feed or what. Not the people, the government. Yeah, it's like for some reason, it's like so much political content. It's on my feed. Okay. Don't follow any of these people. But I'm seeing all this stuff. Okay. But it's Twitter, right? And all these social medias, they all give you different stuff. So is it the same for you guys? Like this is always so slow. The anti-gravity. Oh right, yeah. I kind of forgot about that. Let's go look at the portfolio. See if it generated the chart. So this is the button, I think. Okay, I do not see it. Let me see what the error is. Here. Oh, that's a warning. So maybe we got a console here. Let's go ahead and put it, see if we got it here maybe. Okay. So I clicked the RC button, but nothing's there. I don't see any errors. So I might need to add some logging or something. Oh, hey, look, it worked. Pretty good, pretty good. How do I zoom? Scroll to zoom. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's neat. Wait, how does it... Is everything working like the sharp stuff? What kind is? We only have to 2021. I like it. That's cool. The only thing is, it kind of like if we could make it more animated between the different options here. Is it possible like to make it a little more animated, and when we click like 2 years, 1 year, kind of like flows into the next one instead of just immediately clipping to the next thing? Yeah, definitely agree with the constraints on the zoom. That's a great idea. Also, can we add a constraint on the zoom so you can't zoom farther back than the data you have? Yeah, and let's I wonder how we could change the styling. Not sure. Let's compare between the old one and this one. Oh, nice. Anti-gravity is... See, anti-gravity is doing better with the dark mode stuff. This looks quite a bit better. Obviously down here still. Yeah. We should change the styles. We'll ask that, yeah. See what it comes up with. Okay, I see what it did wrong as far as the zoom thing. Can't zoom farther back than the current time period, but that's not quite what we were thinking. What? All goes to 2 months. Okay. So lightweight charts doesn't have built-in style transitions. Yeah, we could try to just let's try to implement a custom one maybe. Also, the zoom thing you did, only do that, you know, it's the total amount of data we have, not based on the time range. Also try to restyle it a bit. Based on the page, should be kind of similar theme. Try to I like, excuse me, sorry. I like it, it's nice. But what is this thing in the corner? Is that, can I get rid of this? Or watermark? We will try. For some reason it does take a while to load. Sure. I wonder if that's because of the sheer amount of data points it's rendering or something. Can you explain why it always takes a really long time to render? Is it related to the data points that were... But even when I change it to 1 month, it still is like taking forever. Is it blocked by something? Maybe the fetching of data from the news, because it seems to render after that. Got no errors. No error. Console. Oh, there we go. So I think we figured it out. It's like, unless it was a code change it made. Oh, maybe it was the code change. Oh. If you switch, go like this, then do it. Strange. I think it's just a rendering, because it says it parsed it really quickly. So it does this, and then we can't see the chart. Take a drastic approach. Try to fix that. I'm trying to reproduce it because sometimes something I do, it comes up. What would it be? Oh, you see that? Like appears for a second, then disappears. And something wacky. Oh, there it is. Go. Oh. Let me see how big this file is. Like freaking enormous. Added more logs. So it does all of this, looks all good in the logs, but then it's not visible. I have a feeling it's something to do with the other chart. Like rendering two charts. Let's go ahead, try commenting out the other chart, just in case there's some sort of weird, some sort of weird use effect or something without, we're like choosing which chart. But that said, if we do not get it shortly, I'm going to call it and work on it tomorrow. Okay. So, on that note, looks like another sort of build thing in the cache. I will delete the cache and I will see if it has worked. Where is it? That next. There it is. Maybe needed that. Oh, there it is. It was right. Some sort of use effect problem. This chart ready false. Yeah, see you, Kai, if you're leaving. But I will be leaving soon here, assuming this doesn't work. Nice. I have a feeling that might have worked. Let me reload. Oh. Wait a second. I just realized something. Every time it makes a code change, that's when it shows up. That is how we've reproduced this. So every time we make a code change, and this is the only time, then the chart renders. So it does a hot reload, the chart renders, But then if I reload the page, it disappears again. What could possibly be the reason for that? Strange. Yes, I will. I will be on every morning at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Something like this. Yeah, it's probably just rendering something over the top of it, right? That could make sense. So it's like a timing issue. That does hot reloading. So I don't know, something different on which things load first. Something like this. Yes, I think you could be right, CG. Let's try in another browser. This is one of those weird ones where it's probably something stupid. So if I reload, let's see. Yes, let me try in another browser. On another browser, it has appeared as well. I mean, it has not appeared as well, we should say. So it's not a browser cache issue. It's probably could very well be something like has a bunch of use effects or something. I think what I would do, or what I'm going to do tomorrow to try to fix it, is investigate this particular line. Chart not ready, skipping render. That seems pretty clear that whatever happened to cause that, the issue. So it's pretty clear to me whatever caused these logs is the problem, right? So why would we be getting the chart is not ready yet? Enoughs. Once you start the first time, it is saving the sync cache, causing a problem when you reload. I agree. It seems something bizarre. So I'm building an investment intelligence track or platform that tracks your portfolio as well. Aha! Look at this. We've done it, or rather, it has done it. What was the problem? Let's see. The init effect isn't even running. Okay. Cool. Let me see on my other browser. Why do we keep running into this particular cache issue every time it's happening more and more frequently. Maybe we increase the memory for, I think that was one thing that it suggested for Node. Because that would make sense, maybe. Because the only reason I think it makes sense is because it's happening more and more frequently. So as we develop the project. But what I'm going to do is just restart this again while it figures it out. It does. Nice. Cool. I think definitely we'll restyle it a bit so the chart doesn't have so many like white lines. I think overall, yeah, I do like the chart a little better as far as like if we make the grid lines a little bit less visible. Looks good to me. Can we change how it looks a bit? Like restyle the chart? Think of the current theme. Also, is there a way that we can remove the trading view watermark? Talk to me first about that before we continue. Okay. We can't restyle it. I mean, we can't get rid of the watermark. Wait, what? Oh no, it's saying trading view doesn't have a watermark. Oh no. Oh no, the one that I was using before. Got it. Okay. I mean, right now we're using trading view and it has the watermark. There's no way to remove it. I see. Well, all right, guys. Probably gonna head out now, but I will decide tomorrow whether we use this or not. Thanks for everyone watching.